bleary seaside town of Briarcliff was always quiet, until one day, mysterious portals to the astral plane start to open up around town, letting nightmare monsters in. Now, an intrepid group of adventurers needs to traverse the astral plane in their dreams and close the portals before anything too dangerous gets through. This is Dungeons and Dreamquests. And make sure that this works. So, test. Um, can you say something so that way we can make sure that your audio is working too?
Who, me?
Someone, anyone, sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're showing up, so yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. So I'll wait for Megan to get back, and then we will start the game.
Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So, are we ready to begin?
Sure thing. Is there a link
Okay.
I can pass out to some people?
Oh, yes. The Twitch link is. Let me put that in the Discord, but it is twitch.tv/DNDreamquests. Okay.
Beautiful. I'm going to drop that a couple places.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Oh, one thing I think I'm still not seeing this sheet in Roll20, but I have the plugin or the add-on set up so I can roll in D&D Beyond.
Let me see. Can I make this work? Oh, show to players. I'll make it show to everyone.
Yeah, I think that should work. Yep, see it now.
Okay, cool. Okay. So, this is a one-shot.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yep, it's a one-shot, and this is not canon, so if you die, or if you get some epic loot, or if, I don't know, you do something that your character probably wouldn't do, it's a one-shot. It's not canon. It's mostly just that way you can get the hang of your character's mechanics, see how you work together as a team, and just kind of get into this world. Now, this doesn't take place in the town of Briarcliff where the actual campaign will happen, but it's set in the same world. So, you are in the town of Reno, deep within the Spire Woods of Celarna. And it is the Festival of the Wandering Day. If you want, you can make a history or religion check to see what you know about this festival.
Oh, no.
I will say, Ilandir, you have advantage on this. Because, you're from this region.
I can give it my best.
Okay.
And I'll take a crack at it too.
Yeah.
Rizzy has a lot of books with her at any given time.
So, would I put it in as 2d20 for each?
Yeah, 2d20. Okay, so we have a 15 as your first roll.
No, it looks like it's added it together.
Oh, okay, so it's 11.
Plus 1 for one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll say you're all able to put your heads together, and you know that the Festival of the Wandering Day is something celebrated by followers of Sayana the Moon Maiden. And it happens pretty much when the moon aligns just right with the planets and the stars, and randomly, out of the blue, an extra day is added to the calendar. And you have to drop what you're doing and celebrate. In order to bring about good luck until the next wandering day, however many years away that may be. And you happen to be in the town of Reno, helping to just, take care of some monsters in the woods as an adventuring party. when you were caught by this spontaneous festival. It is a festival of enjoying what you have on hand and improvising with everything. So people make patchwork quilts with whatever rags and scraps and hang them from building to building. There's improvised freeform jazz playing in the town square. And perhaps most notably, there's a massive cauldron of stew brewing, and people are lining up to throw all sorts of stuff into the stew. You see everything from meat and herbs and different types of fruit to some questionable things, like you saw one guy throw in a boot. But it still manages to smell generally pretty good, and the smell permeates throughout the town. There's children running around, chickens clucking, and monkeys swinging from the different quilts hanging from the buildings. And there's, of course, some carnival games going, bobbing for apples and tests of strength and little dart games. It's nice. It's very lively. You're very lucky to be in the town of Renault during this very, very exciting festival. Now, how about you introduce yourselves to our viewers? And say what you're doing during this festival.
All right, so I am Maladove. I am a half-elf ranger, and I am covered in tiny crabs crawling all across me. And I am beside myself with excitement to see this little festival, as this is, one of my first adventures away from home. So I am enamored with this event. I've never seen or imagined anything like it. So I'm like taking in this little town. I am so excited to see these animals all crawling around, and this stew seems super exciting. As I go over kind of close to the stew, I'm gonna sacrifice a single tiny crab to the pot and kind of giggle.
The crab kind of clings onto your hands, like,
He's like,
"Mother, why?" Since you are in control of the swarm, I won't make you make a check for it, but it seems like your little crab buddy does not want to become dinner.
Oh, he doesn't want to go, for sure.
Yeah, he does not want to go. Yeah, and I gave you control of the crabs.
Oh, thank you.
Symbolized by one very, very large crab. Let me see if I can make them a little smaller. But yeah, you should be able to control that.
Okay, there we go, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you kind of fling one of the little tiny, like, spider-sized crabs into this massive cauldron. And it kind of gives you a little pinch. It gives you a little sass as you fling it in, but
I can feel the disappointment in it.
Yes, literally. It's not enough to even cause 1 point of damage, but it makes it take 1 point of disappointment.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, next. Let's go in order of how you're standing. Rizzy, what are you doing?
Oh, Rizzy's probably still kind of taking it all in. As you can see here, kind of very visible indoor kid demeanor. She appears as a half elf, a moon elf, kind of dark purple hair and sort of lighter, kind of pinkish purple skin. She certainly is like very slowly but surely lowering the books that she's been reading fervently, taking in the smells, noticing the drop of the boot in the cauldron, and sort of says to her, just mutters to herself, boot soup brings back memories. And she's starting to maybe loosen her bolo tie up, so to speak, a little bit, and joining the festivities, framing it sort of first and foremost by maybe looking around, like perusing the wares, eyeing a good merchant stand, perhaps to find some interesting tomes.
Okay. Make
Sort
an
of
investigation
sublimating.
check.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can make
Sorry.
an investigation check and see if you can find any sort of bookseller in the town.
Okay. She's going to whisper to herself certain words of the trust and hold her crystal close as she searches for any unique paintings or works on parchment.
Okay. So that is a 22 plus 3. Nice. Yeah, you know that there's somebody who's painting caricatures of people, like a street artist. And, just for a few copper, they'll do a quick sketch, or if you throw into silver, they'll do full color. You also happen to know that in the temple of the Moon Maiden, there are some books there, some about just the local flora and fauna, but also some about, books about the moon, books about religion. Nothing too exciting. Nothing particularly rare.
The caricature artist, she's very sheepishly probably going to get in line among the patrons.
Okay.
Sort of her hand shakily reaching for, like fishing around, seeing if she can afford that silver.
Okay. You want full color then?
If it's not too much to ask, sure.
I mean, if the painter says, "Well, if you got the coin, I certainly don't mind," and he
Yeah, I mean,
breaks
she
out a
might spill,
charcoal.
like, yeah, she'll probably accidentally spill 2 or 3 copper, reaching in her bag very clumsily, and finally find the silver.
The artist is kind of like this kind of squirrely, scrawny, ginger-haired wood elf, and he breaks out his charcoal and he's just kind of scribbling and looking at you and scribbling, drawing, and he breaks out some little watercolor tins and starts smudging and finger painting, completely ignoring the brushes that he has at his disposal. He turns it around. It bears resemblance to you, but the ears are massive, and the hair looks like some sort of 90s anime shit. Like, your hair is very spiky. It's very much a caricature, but it is what you paid for.
Yeah. Still a little bit dealing with nerves. Thinks think the caricature artist and leave a couple copper in the coin and take the painting and do my best to fold it as symmetrically as possible.
Okay,
Storm.
very cool. Ellinger, what are you doing?
There's 2 things on my mind here. One being that I am a Twilight cleric of the Moon Maiden. I do want to make my way towards the temple.
Indeed you
but
can.
I keep getting sidetracked along the way because I'm following these garland lines of the improvised fabric works, since that's my specialty interest.
Oh, yes, yeah.
I am just fascinated by the different ways these came together, whether they're true fabric or this was knitted, that was crocheted, this is clearly lace work from a certain era, and I'm not sure why they have it out like this. Just
Okay. If you want, you can make me a wisdom check using your Weaver's Tools proficiency to see what you can glean from this.
Sure.
And you see that there are several small monkeys and a few medium-sized ones swinging from these makeshift ropes. Some of them are kind of trying to tear them apart and eat some of the little moth grubs in there. And as you go through, several chickens almost trip you. Okay,
Oh,
19
that's nice.
plus your proficiency bonus from your kit. So yeah, you're able to realize that most of these are homespun textiles, pretty much made using the different types of wood and plant material, and there's even some skins and furs in there from small game. Mostly looking pretty worn out. These look like they're remnants of fabric mostly, and bits of worn out clothing. This is not
Okay.
this is not like a deliberately made quilt.
No, but it's still interesting to see all these
Yeah.
remnants come together and be something amazing. So
Yeah. And it is very colorful with mostly hues of berry and green and brown and a few shades of like this coppery color that seems to weave through. And it just brings a lot of life into this little woodlands village. Now, I will say that being a cleric of the Moon Maiden, you know the High Priestess here, Senna Moon Sparrow.
fantastic. I'm getting that name down.
Yep. But as you are busy trying to go to the temple and avoid being knocked over by the many chickens and small children's, you notice this kind of determined shuffling sound behind you, and turn around to see a very diminutive old wood elf woman. She is absolutely tiny and very, very, like, almost kind of, I don't want to say gnarled, but her posture is like very withered and crunched over and crunchy, and she's walking with this massive staff that twists and turns, and she has some different twigs growing out of her ears. And she's walking towards the group of you with this absolute determination. I put her mini in here and made it very big so you can kind of see the detail of her, but she's shuffling towards you, not particularly quickly, but with this look of determination in your eyes, in her eyes.
Okay. I think
And-
it's enough to give me pause.
Okay. What are the rest of you doing?
Yeah, I sort of notice this little figure and sort of stop being quite so excited about my surroundings and almost feel like I should be respectful, but I'm kind of quietly like seeing, is she gonna come right up to me? I'm a little distrustful but intrigued.
Okay. She says, oh, is Rizzy gonna do anything?
Rizzy probably has found like the trunk of a nearby tree that's been cut down, and she's sort of hunkered down there, sort of staring at the caricature, sort of poring over it, and maybe making some furtive glances to her party members, and just to see if the coast is clear. And that's right, right as she's holding the picture closer to her face, adjusting her glasses, is when she notices the elderly woman and
Okay.
quickly puts it away and sort of puts her elbow very awkwardly, like she's leaning on the trunk, just being
Look
a normal
casual.
person.
Look casual, yeah. And she says,
Yes.
the old lady says, "Oh, you must be those new adventurers who've come to town. Oh, goodness, I'm so glad I was able to find you." And she says, "My name's Burial, and I have this awful quandary here. I hate to bother you on this most festive of days, but you see, somebody stole my cookies from my cookie jar. And, well, if you have any misfortunes that are not yet resolved on the end of the wandering day, it's said that the misfortunes will stay with you until the next wandering day, and that's something I can't risk. Who knows how many of these wandering days I have left in me."
Oh no! Cookies, like food, is definitely dear to my heart. I'm devastated that somebody could do this to this, obviously, wise old, gnarled woman. And so I approach her and kind of like offer my hand out, like, I would be more than happy to help you find whoever committed this atrocity to you. Like, please let me help you.
Oh, goodness, that would be so appreciated. I don't have too much that I can give you, but I can give you a few silvers and your pick of whatever I've got left in the shop. Though I don't have a whole lot left because, I got robbed.
You got robbed
Absolutely.
beyond the cookies, or is it just the cookies?
Well, just the cookies, but I do have some olive bread left, and I think I should have a pie in the cabinet. But these are my famous kitchen sink cookies. They have a bit of everything in them. It's a long tradition for the Wandering Day, you see.
So it's like the soup.
It's like the soup, but in
Everything.
cookie form, but, mostly made with just bits and bobs of fruit, chocolate, little caramel toffees. Stuff that normally you wouldn't put in one cookie, but just put it all together. My secret, a few little bits of potato chip. It's good. It's real good. Kids love them. I was gonna hand them out after we have after we serve the stew, but looks like somebody had different plans for me. And she looks very, very concerned.
Okay, I think I'm still kind of trying, like, holding this old lady's free hand that she's not holding herself up with. And I ask her, is there anyone who really loves these cookies? Somebody that you think might have done this to you?
Well, I do have this one customer, Gusterin. He's probably my top customer, but you know, I think that he mostly just buys the stuff to try and get on my good side. I think he might have the hots for me. Though, 2 ex-husbands and ex-wife, I'm a bit done with that whole song and dance. If you catch my drift.
Is Gusterin as wise in years as you are?
He's up there. He's up there.
Okay. Okay.
He's only a half elf, so it's a little bit different for him.
Okay. Okay.
Though I have a feeling that this might be Lornette. She's hated me ever since she came to town. Tried to open up her own bakery and held it against me when my loyal customers didn't come flocking to her.
Lornette, huh?
Yeah.
Tell me a little more about Lornette.
Well,
What does she look like, or?
she's not from around here. She's a high elf from the river region, and let's see. Lornette. Well, her husband is Navir. He went off to war and came back with Lornette. And she's still kind of getting used to this whole thing. This whole town. Doesn't really quite understand how things work here, but yeah, the first thing she tried to do was open up her own bake shop, and she's had it out for me ever since her shop folded.
All right.
Now, you say she's from the river region. The river's up north? Close
This
to
river,
my show? Or?
no, this river is to the south. It's kind of closer to the Orklands, bit of a contested area. I will say that with your intelligence score, you know that there is a very, very long-standing war in that region, mostly about who has ownership of the river and who has, access to, the fertile lands surrounding the valley and delta.
Yeah.
The typical.
Rizia is probably just to be sure going to probably check with her offhand, glance at her crystal to see if there's any sort of light emanating from it or anything like that. And does she see anything, perchance?
What exactly does the crystal do?
Well, it's related to her past in the north.
Okay.
It's more of a tchotchke.
Right, got it. That's your trick.
There are beliefs, beliefs regarding crystals.
Okay. I will say this doesn't seem to ping anything on the crystal. This doesn't seem to really pertain to that.
She sort of glances off in the middle distance. It's never pinged. There's never been any crystal activity. But that's a good sign, I suppose.
Yeah. Now, if you want, I could take you to the bake shop and show you around. Maybe you can check the area for some clues or something.
I
would
think
be
that'd be
most
a very good
appreciated.
idea. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. So, she walks with her determined, slow shuffling through the town, over some chickens and away from some children and under some monkeys and around some street vendors and games and people throwing balloons and darts. And she brings you around here to the bakery. So let me zoom you out a little bit to show where the bakery is. It's this green building here.
Oh,
And let me bring you to the bakery. Okay. Okay, so it's a simple bake shop. It has a little table there for people to sit and enjoy their baked goods. And you can see that there are several empty bell jars laying on the counter, along with several rolls of olive bread that look like they have been somewhat neglected by the various customers. Let me scale you back up. And you can see that there's a back door, and then there's two ovens that are still kind of burning at a low simmer, and all sorts of baking supplies all throughout the small shop. And it's decorated with little pots of flowers.
So I turn to her and ask, where do you keep these special cookies?
Well, I set them out in the bell jars over there, and when I came back from going to the garden to see if I could grab anything to put in the stew, cookies were all gone. Didn't even hear the doorbell ring. As you go in, you did hear a doorbell chime slightly. Little bells
Okay.
above the door.
Is that the old way in through the door chime?
There's also a door in the back of the bake shop, but she said that she was in the back of the bake shop, tending to the garden. And there are some windows. There's 5 windows total here,
Okay.
and
yeah.
they're cracked slightly, letting in a gentle breeze.
Rizzy is going to compose herself a little bit, adjust her inquisitive monocle, sort of getting in private eye mode. Would you mind, ma'am, if I were to focus on detecting arcane energies in this room? It
Oh,
might
sure,
assist
go
in-
for it. Go for it.
Just wanted to make sure in case there were any magical items that were part of your business secrets or anything like that.
Oh, no. I mean, my cookies might be magic, but nothing that you could really detect, you know? The secret and the magic is all in the love. She blushes slightly with a little bit of like this olive green rising in her cheeks. Now, are you going to cast this as a ritual, or are you going to burn a spell slot for it?
I think I'm going to cast this as a ritual, and while I am doing that, I'm going to be walking around each of the windowsills, studying them closely, seeing if I can show any maybe fingerprints,
Okay.
like dirt
Now-
or dust from the
okay.
outside.
Now, what color would you like to be associated with your magic? Dark blue, purple, teal, red,
Yeah, purple.
purple?
Bisexual mood lighting in general. It's fine.
Okay. So I will set up a circle for you. And let's see, it should be animating. Yeah, I have these fun little animation things, which is very fun.
That's wild. I love that.
Very important. I have to make it look very, very fun. Okay,
Yeah,
so
I
if
think-
you want, you can make a whatchamacallit? You can make a investigation check as you cast detect magic.
Okay, and I'm going to start by the windowsill closest. What I'm going to do is, as I'm after ritual casting it for over that 10 minutes, I will walk around the windowsill, starting with the one closest to the front door, to the back.
Okay.
While Rizzy preps that, I think I want to just do a walk around of the space with a perception check, just to get a general idea of things of note. I really don't want an investigation because I don't know anything about anything.
Okay. Sure. So, yeah, Rizzy, you can give me an investigation, and Ilandir, you can give me a perception.
Okay, and that's a +4 for me.
Okay. I will say that you are not able to cast guidance while you are working on casting a ritual, because guidance is
Oh,
a
yeah.
concentration spell.
Dang it! Sorry about that.
But
I
you will lose
always-
that. You'll lose that big old +1. I know that was such a game changer for you.
And,
I main a cleric in my Friday game, so I get it. I get the impulse to just cast guidance on everything. It's awkward
And-
when, like, the warlock that I play in my Sunday game is like, I cast guidance. Oh shit, I don't have that.
Yeah, and well, I mean, you can always go back to the tome, but
Yeah.
and in
But
roll
no.
20, it's just automatically clicked too, so I have to
okay.
manually
Got
make
it.
sure to turn it off because it assumes that
Okay.
I'm going to do the thing I'm always going to do.
That is fair. That is very, very fair. Okay, with a 17, you notice a few things. You notice that there's some fingerprints. You're checking the windows, you said? Okay. You notice that on the windowsill here, the one next to the table, there's some smudgy fingerprints of chocolate on the bottom of the windowsill, and then kind of going up the side of it as you kind of poke your head out a little bit, poke your head through the window.
What do I see looking out the window?
You see some small plants and daffodils, and then the neighboring house.
Okay.
You do not notice anything magical, anything that would ping on the detect magic. The love that she puts in her cookies does not register, unfortunately.
Rizzy is going to ponder. And which baked goods were you saying? The ones that nobody appears to eat?
There is some olive bread on the counters.
Olive bread. Rizzy is going to turn to the baker woman. How much for the olive bread?
2 copper each. But actually, since you're helping me out, I'll give you a discount. Just a copper apiece.
Oh, thank you. And Rizzy will put down a copper and take the freshest looking piece of olive bread and sit down
Okay.
and ponder this a little bit.
Okay, so you sit down and you have a little snack. Brain food. Very important.
How does it taste?
Tastes olivey. It tastes good. It tastes good. I mean, if you like olives, the olive flavor is very strong in these. I personally am not an olive fan, but it has like a nice moisture to it and a nice crust on the bread. It's a solid roll. Okay. So, what are the rest of you doing?
Yeah, I'd kind of like to investigate this counter in particularly where she keeps those cookies that are now missing.
Okay.
See if I can see anything in kind of this kitchen area as well. Yeah, I don't have much for investigation, but
Okay. I will say that since you're working together, you are collectively taking the help action for each other. So you can make all investigation rolls with advantage for this. Okay.
If that's the case, I'm gonna try.
Okay.
yeah.
And Coco has joined the party. Napping. Party hard.
Okay, so
Oh,
my maximum roll is a 10. I have a -1 to investigate, so that's only a 9.
Oh,
I don't.
that's adorable.
So I'm sorry, was I supposed to roll 2 and I rolled 1? Is that what I did
Yeah,
there?
you can roll a second one if you want.
Okay. Let's see.
Excellent.
Okay, 19. Very nice, very nice. So you're all working together, and you notice that there's also some smudgy fingerprints of chocolate and jam next to the this particular little bell jar, and then you also spot a few little strands of this brownish short hair.
Okay.
Okay. Can I do something with that hair as it's a fiber and or is that
You can-
stretching too far?
I'll allow it. Make an investigation check, but you can add your Weaver's Tools proficiency.
Okay. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah. And I will say that you don't have advantage on this since you're the only Weaver in the party.
That makes sense. Okay, so that drops to a 14 because of my modifier, but then increases because of my tools.
Okay, so that totals to a +2, I believe.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, so that is a total of 17. It looks like hair. It looks like it was very recently shed, and it's about maybe 2 inches long.
Okay.
There's just like a few little strands of it.
So I would like to turn to the woman and ask her, what does Lornette look like?
Uh, she's a young pretty thing, high elf, has this sort of like pixie-ish hair and very fancy clothes. Always dresses like she's better than a lot of us.
Okay. What color is her hair?
It's kind of like this brownish color.
Okay. Gathering information, and I kind of reassure her again, like we're gonna figure this out for you.
Aw, thank you, thank you.
Okay. So, hmm. Who lives
Rizzy-
next door?
Oh,
I
next
ask.
door, that would be Ermir. He's just one of the hunters in the area.
Okay. Hmm.
Does your neighbor frequent your bakery at all, or
Not really, no. He's usually out of town, going deep into the woods on his different hunts and trips to try and bring back some food. We sometimes trade and stuff, you know. I give him bread, he gives me some venison. We have a good thing going.
is he in town for the festivities currently? Or do you
I'm
know?
not sure. I'm not sure.
Okay. So Maladov would like to sort of investigate the outside of this property, in particularly the side of the building between the neighbor's house and the bakery.
Sure.
So I kind of, relay that to you guys. Like, I think we should take this party out to the side and see if we can find anything maybe over towards these windows.
And
Agreed.
Yeah.
and Rizzy, currently, as she sort of has her back to everyone sitting at the table, she might take out a little corner of her piece of paper and maybe rip it up, ball it up, and finish her bread and check her vanity before confirming. Yeah. That sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
Okay.
I will say that your detect magic is starting to fade. I believe that spell lasts 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can recast it as
Yeah,
needed.
it's a ritual. It's free real estate. Okay. So, I don't have a map of the outside of this, but would you rather me move you to the town map where you can kind of show the outside, or do you want to just move yourselves around the inside of this bakery?
I think the inside of the bakery is fine.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. Burial has since taken a seat. She's old. She has a hip.
okay. See, I'd like to, in particularly, be sort of looking at these. You said there's kind of some flower beds along these windows, maybe some shrubbery or.
Yeah, there's a few little like clusters of daffodils, and then there's like kind of like this patchy grass that's growing between the two
Okay.
houses, and there's, I would say, about 2 meters of yard between the houses. It's kind of a bit cluttered.
Yeah, I'd kind of like to just look to see if there's anything apparent, maybe trampled or flattened by somebody coming through this window, if I can tell that at all.
Sure, yeah. Make an investigation check. Again, you would have advantage. Okay, so that is a 16. And do you have any sort of modifier?
I do not. It's a good old 0.
Yeah, I think that we're quickly learning that Rizzy has the one brain cell in this party.
Most
But
definitely.
at least we have one brain cell in the party. Because I'm
You
running
have
this
all
one.
these crabs. Just
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, I'm running a
Doesn't share
game.
the brain cell.
I'm running this one game where the party is a barbarian, a cleric who doesn't really even know anything about her own religion because she failed out of cleric school, and a himbo warlock. So they rely on
Nice.
like recruited NPCs to be the brain cells for hire. It's kind of adorable. They're all so dumb and I love them. Okay. So, you're able to kind of glean, you work together, and Ilandir kind of points out that yeah, you don't notice anything with the flower beds, but you do notice another fingerprint, like another handprint almost, kind of on the outer, like, window frame, kind of above
Okay.
where the window is opened. And it's, again, kind of smudged with chocolate and jam.
Okay.
Okay. My thought on this, and I'm going off of wisdom on the placement on that, is that whoever did it, it's the chocolate from the cookies, and you would close the window when leaving. So that's why it would be on top, if that makes sense.
Yes. Well, this is, like, along the side of the window frame.
Oh, it's along the side of the window frame?
Yeah.
Okay.
How high up is this, like, handprint and window frame? I mean, is this...
The window itself, it starts at about, like, 2 feet off the ground and goes up to around, like, 6 feet. This is about 5 feet up or so, the handprint.
Okay, so it's not a child. You know, like, that's what
Not
I'm
a
trying
child,
to
yeah, not a
determine, like,
child
somebody-
reaching off of the ground at the very least.
Right. You know, okay. So I kind of turn to everybody and think, you know, maybe we should hunt down this Lornette figure, and see just how she is. Does she seem like she did this? See if we can gather any information from her. I mean, I think she's kind of the one person who might do this to this wonderful old woman. And, you know, kind of based on the fingerprints we're seeing, obviously somebody came in here, made a bit of a mess, and snuck off with these cookies.
Yeah, she does seem to be our lead on this, so...
Absolutely.
Okay.
If you don't mind, though, if I hit up the head real quick Rizzy asks, pointing to like a nearby. I'm presuming there are porta johns or outhouses or whatnot.
There
Just
is an
need
outhouse. Yeah, there is an
yes.
outhouse.
Rizzy just needs a moment to freshen up as
Okay.
she checks her vanity, sees maybe a few more wrinkles than before, and maybe rips another piece off of that piece of parchment, the caricature of her, and comes back looking a little fresher, a little.
As one does.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Let's and so I kind of also, I guess, through the window, if she's sitting inside, I'm like, "Hi."
She kind of waves
it's
a
me,
little bit.
crab lady.
Your crabs
do
wave
you-
along with you.
Yeah. Do you know maybe where we may be able to find Lornette and her husband during this time of festival? I mean, they any ideas?
Well, they live down the main corridor in the Fletcher's shop on the second floor. Well, her husband is the Fletcher, and she helps out around the shop ever since her
Okay.
business kind of flopped. And that would be a good place to start. I don't know if they're home, but that is where they would live.
Great. Okay. Well, I think you should stay here and just stay off your feet for a little while, and we'll let you know when we find something new.
Oh,
Sure thing.
and would you mind if I were to purchase a few more pieces of olive bread? I don't want to take your whole stock or anything.
Oh,
but...
not at all. I mean, I'm surprised that Gusterin hasn't come by and bought them all yet. I don't even think that he could eat that many rolls of olive bread in one day, but somehow I think that he might share them with his sons when he comes by and buys out all my stock. He really likes my crumble muffins.
Rizzy's going to sort of nod a little bit, curtly, and put down another 4 copper.
Okay. And she just goes over and she gives you the rest. She gives you 6. You have 6 olive rolls. Feel free to add them to your inventory.
Thank you.
Quite
by the
fond of olive bread.
one thing, Gusterin, where could we find him just in case we needed
Oh,
to talk to him for anything?
he's the cobbler down the line. He lives with his 3 sons, and you'll see it. It's a little greenhouse that has a giant boot sign out the front.
Boot soup.
That gives us hope that the boot was new.
Make a retrospective perception check.
Sure, I'll do it.
Oh,
Oh no.
somebody threw a high-end Louboutin straight from Grand Luray into the soup. You saw the bright red stiletto heel. Ilandir,
22 for me.
Ilandir, you realize that what Maladov thought was a long red heel was actually a very worn out red floppy tongue of a very old boot. And it was stained with some sort of, you want to hope it was some sort of berry juice, but you're not entirely sure.
I'm gonna allow Maladov to believe what she thinks for the moment.
Okay.
If I see her going for the soup later, I'm going to discourage that, but I see no reason to confront that.
Boot soup.
Maybe boots age like fine wine. Who knows?
Who
Maybe.
knows?
I don't think that any of you have ever had boot soup before. Correct me if I'm wrong here, but
I don't think so.
I think
I
Rizzy
mean-
thinks
Yeah.
might have had it once or twice.
okay. Ilandir, you've celebrated the Wandering Day before, and you know that people do throw some odds and ends into the soup. You've never seen a boot be part of that.
Usually there's some common sense applied to This is food. This is not.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
sometimes there will be scraps of fabric that are kind of dyed with berries or something, but
Yeah.
not a whole boot.
Ris-
At least because the temple is involved, we have rituals of cure poison and everything on hand. So
Though I have to
Yeah.
say, the smell is permeating through the village. It is this massive cauldron of soup, at least 5 feet across. And it actually smells really damn good. You could barely smell the foot.
Yeah, I think for Rizzy, she sees boot soup and she's like, must be a northerner here, and is a little bit wary.
Yeah.
adding a cheese, it's just pure funk in the soup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It adds a bit of like an earthy taste, you would assume.
Yes.
This is turning into like the inauguration of Andrew Jackson, where he just had like a 2-ton block of cheese that sat there for years.
Oh. I don't know anything about that, but I feel like there's a podcast episode that I need to be listening to.
I need citations. Okay.
Yeah, just opening up the White House and people are climbing in and out through the windows. Just,
Oh my god.
Honestly, that sounds like a pretty good description of what is going on here in Renault.
Mhm.
Oh
Oh,
my
goodness.
goodness.
So, Lynette, Fletcher Street, second floor, was that? And
Yeah.
Gusterin at the boot.
Yep.
So do we pass the cobbler's shop on our way to the Fletcher's shop, or maybe vice versa? Or...
You could either roll me a survival check or yeah, I'd say this would be survival or perception to see what you can remember about the layout of this town. You
Okay,
haven't been
it's the
here
same
for very
me,
long.
so I'll roll.
Right. Okay. Ooh.
Ooh, nat 20.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's that
Or I
hunter's,
could-
and I get a
could
plus
frame it
4
right.
to survival, so.
Okay, yeah. So you know that you passed by the Fletcher from the town square, over here, and you recall seeing that the cobbler was about like a few houses away from the temple and the town hall,
Okay.
on the opposite side of the town square in large cauldron.
Okay. Perfect. All right. Well, I think yeah, we just head on out, and we're gonna go visit everybody while we're out, or at least both of our kind of people we'd like to see here. So let's head and see if we can find out if Lornette's home first.
Okay.
Sounds good. Great plan. Immediately sets out in wrong direction. Because I rolled that one.
Right. And the ranger's like, we're going this way. Do you want to like?
Are you sure? 'Cause I thought.
Yeah. I mean, you could if you want to
you're
go.
the ranger, so
Yeah, and the
No.
little crabs are like, come here, come. They're like pinching.
Yeah. So I will move you over to where the Fletcher is, since that's on the way, and it's this little shop here.
Okay.
And you see that it
Perfect.
has like a little bow and arrow sign. No words
Okay.
needed.
Does it look like? I mean, the door is open. People are here as we kind of are approaching the building.
You can see some movement inside, and there's some candles flickering.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I guess they live on the second floor, so we're gonna have to get in and get up there. So attempt to enter the shop.
Okay. So you go into the shop, and you see a wood elf man with sort of like this long blonde hair and a braid, and he's very intensely working on putting together some arrows. And the doorbell rings, and he looks up and he says, "Good day, may I help you?"
And I just kind of greet him. Are you Navir?
Oh, is Navir? Yes, I am.
Oh, great to meet you. We're just kind of new to town. We found out about the festival. We happened upon it, and we were kind of looking to just meet some people in town. We heard about you and your wife from the wonderful baker.
Oh,
and
yes.
kind of just feel out how he feels about the baker, hopefully.
Make an insight check.
I'm sorry, which check?
Insight.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, what did I do? I see.
Okay.
Let's see here. I do have a +2 to insight, actually.
Okay, cool.
So
So that's a 15. Ilandir, you're like, I feel like this man is a hardened war criminal.
Remember something?
You're like,
But it
he went off to
could have
war.
been
Who knows what
120
atrocities
years
he has
ago.
seen? What?
It's like I remember something, but it could have been 120 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. But Maladov, you kind of get that he's mildly annoyed at the mention of the baker.
okay, all right.
You kind of get an aura of irritation from him.
Okay, all right. A little feel out. That's what I was hoping for. So I proceed to ask him just what are you working on? I hear you have a wife who helps around the shop as well. What are you guys kind of offering for the festival? Kind of trying to switch direction a little bit here.
Oh, she's upstairs. It's her first wandering day, and she's working on getting some scraps together for the quilt. She's upstairs. If you want, she's probably just going through the laundry baskets, seeing what she can chip in.
Wonderful. Yeah, it can be an overwhelming event your first time. I kind of look around feeling like myself, I'm still a little overwhelmed by the festival. So.
It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in, especially if you're not used to the music. It's definitely not your typical thing. I have very generic festival music going here, but like I said, it's more along the lines of freeform jazz.
Scooby-Doo-Bop.
Yeah, it's like Ornette Coleman 3 hours straight.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
The shape of festivals to come.
Yes.
Um,
You know what? Take an
Can you
inspiration for that, for understanding my jazz music reference.
Finally, that $40,000 in an incomplete music degrry finally paying off.
Yeah, that history of jazz course I took as an elective coming in handy.
love it.
Yeah.
But I will say this will not carry over into future sessions the way that usual inspiration points will, because this is a non-canon one-shot.
I'd like to kind of look around just the first floor of the shop and just see what I can tell about how to get upstairs. If there's any doors or railings.
It is a pretty small shop. There's a wooden stairwell leading up along the side with a door at the top at the landing. Pretty easily visible, and then you can tell that there's a back room that probably has some of the more important supplies behind the main shop, and it has his little workbench and all sorts of arrows along the walls. Some of them look very, very complicated. Some that have little springs loaded onto them. Some that have little compartments. Some arrows that are forked and barbed.
Okay.
As a ranger,
I
I will say that some of these look pretty impressive to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say this seems right up my alley. I like it. I'm probably a little enamored with kind of those, and again, small town bow and arrow. I've always kind of had the basics, so this is probably something I'm pretty excited about. Kind of looking at all the detail on these. Can I look around a little bit without totally alarming him for maybe any inklings of chocolate anywhere?
Certainly. Make an investigation check, but also make a stealth or deception check.
Okay.
I think I'm going to attempt to distract during this by holding a conversation about the festival, since this is something from my culture.
Okay, sure. Yeah, you could certainly do that. So, Maladov,
and-
you will roll that deception/stealth check with advantage then.
Oh, okay, here we go. Whoops. Got double clicked there. Okay, so my first one was good.
Okay, so, yeah.
I do have a +2 to stealth.
Okay. So that brings us to a total of 8.
Yeah.
But he seems pretty distracted, not only by the conversation about the festival, but the arrow that he's still very diligently working on. He's trying to get this sort of like spring-loaded mechanism to work. It looks very complex. Um, and he has like this little magnifying glass in front of his eye, and he's still holding conversation, but he looks very distracted. It looks
Yeah,
like
I'm probably even a little distracted over this arrow while I'm still trying to look for chocolate. I'm like,
yeah.
wow, what is
But-
that?
But you do not notice any
Finally.
chocolate. You think that you've noticed something that could be chocolate, but you realize it's actually just arrow glue as you touch it, and you're like, oh, that's just what they used to stick the fletching onto the arrows.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Give him all.
Rizzy keeps asking if he has any of those arrows with the big boxing gloves at the end. Just
He just kind of looks at you blankly, and he's like, no, I don't, but
Oh.
I can try and commission one if you wish. Might take a few days.
Sorry. I'm not an arrow person. I just saw it in a play once and I thought it was cool.
Oh, okay. I can't
Yep.
say I've ever heard of that, but sounds
Pretty funny.
interesting. Can't say how practical it would be, but sounds like something.
Okay.
And you hear some footsteps upstairs as the door opens up at the top of the landing, and you see a very well-dressed high elf woman. She has sort of like opalescent skin, like a sheen to her skin, and her hair is in this sort of choppy brown pixie cut, and she has in her arms a basket of different fabric scraps. Oh, you have customers. How nice. I didn't realize that you were going to be opening the shop today. And he says, well, I guess the shop is open.
I'd like to kind of look at her and just be like, oh, we didn't mean to intrude. We just heard about the shop from a local and wanted to come over and kind of introduce ourselves since we're new to town and this festival. We're just looking around.
We're
Make
big arrow fans. Yes.
And
Make-
I do have a bow. At very least, one of us is equipped with a bow, so maybe
Yeah.
that seems a little bit more practical.
Okay.
Me and my tiny crabs are like, yeah, like.
Okay. So
this.
make a deception check, but you have advantage because you do have a bow.
All right, let's fingers crossed here, guys. I'm not
That's okay. I have a backup line if this doesn't work. But it takes a little more finagling.
Okay, so that's
17
17 plus.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
plus nothing.
Yeah. Okay. That's fair. Yeah, she seems totally on board. She says, "Oh, that's excellent that you have customers even on a holiday. I thought this was supposed to be a big deal in this town, but I guess that shops can still be open. I'm still getting used to all this. It's all very new to me."
Okay.
And she kind of looks around, like a little bit. You could tell she's a little overwhelmed.
Oh, so you're not from the area?
Oh no, I've only moved in about 2-3 years ago.
Okay.
I come from Swift River down south.
Okay. Yeah. My hometown is actually a little south of there, closer to the contested zone. So well,
Oh.
it was, and then well,
Gosh.
I'm traveling now, but.
Oh, okay, okay.
Mhm. So do you help here?
Yeah.
Yes, I tried to at least. I've learned a bit about making arrows, though I'm still a bit new to it. Not quite as good as Izzy here. He's obviously been at this for a long time, much longer than I have. And he almost never takes a day off, even though, I feel like maybe he should for his health. And she kind of side-eyes him. He's like, I'm fine.
Oh, so if this is so new to you, what would you have done before? And I kind of like I'm
She
stupid.
looks.
I'm just asking questions.
Okay, yeah. So she kind of shuffles her feet a little bit. She's like, "Well, when I first came to town, I figured, I have a few good family recipes, and a good way to make friends would be to, give people muffins, sell them some muffins, sell them some scones. And I tried to open up a bake shop in the back, but I feel like, the fine folk of this town kind of just they didn't like any competition coming in, and they were very, I suppose, loyal to the current bakery, and they took my attempt at opening a shop in the wrong way. So it didn't last very long. And, I'm still trying to get used to all of it. Yeah, you can insight check her. And she's like, and I'm still trying to get used to all of this. I mean, I've been here for about almost 3 whole years, but this place
for
is...
let me double check. That is going to be a 12.
Okay, with a 12, she seems flustered. Take that as you will. And she says, yeah, I'm still trying to get used to this town. Been here for almost 3 years, but, between the chickens and the monkeys trying to pickpocket you and running everywhere, and now all the music and everything, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. My hometown was nowhere near this exciting.
It's a shame that your venture didn't work out. I mean, everyone needs to eat. Rizzy would say, as probably her party members would know, they've very rarely seen her. Like the olive bread might be the first thing in almost a week that they've seen her eat. But are you thinking of maybe giving it another go, or?
I don't think so. I'm fine working at the shop here, and I think I'm starting to get a hang of being a Fletcher, being a Fletcher's apprentice in a way. I mean, it doesn't come quite as intuitively to me as baking, but I've been helping around, with the family kitchen since I was just a kid. So, there of course is going to be a learning curve.
And no hard feelings to the locals, right? It is what it is, small towns and whatnot.
Oh, of course. I mean, it's a quaint town. I mean, they seem very charming, and it's interesting how they, make their decisions based on the phases of the moon, for example. It's charming, yes. Yeah.
Can I roll an insight check for hard feelings?
Yeah, you certainly can.
Okay. Let's see. Guidance might be a little
and,
obvious.
And yeah, it would be. But Ilandir, you can definitely tell that she thinks the people of this town are fucking weird. Especially as a follower of the Moon Maiden. Okay, Rizzy,
that was a really strange comment to me.
Yeah, you could tell that okay, so you definitely get the feeling that she thinks the people in this town are fucking weird. Their traditions make no sense. Why do they make major decisions about taxes and stuff based on the moon? That's dumb. So, you could tell that she's kind of giving them some side eye, and she's like, these people are so uncivilized.
Do I detect any sort of animosity towards the other baker in town regarding...
You feel like there is a degree of resentment there, yeah. Not necessarily directed at her, but also towards the townspeople as a whole for siding with her. You can tell she definitely feels unwelcome in this town, and she, in return, feels less welcoming in her heart towards their traditions.
As someone who's far from home, I as well, I can certainly sympathize.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fair. She says,
out of curiosity, just to frame this a little bit more, we're all in a common festival garb, or do I have my shield with me during this?
Up to you. Up to you. I mean, you are a group of hired adventurers here, so.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you've come to help with, I don't know, owl bears in the woods or some typical
Well,
adventure
if
bullshit.
we were if we were wearing our armor and such, my shield would have been on my back. I don't think she would have noticed that literally it has the moon on my shield. So.
Yes. So as you turn around to leave,
Yeah. Oh, one of those
Actually,
moon folk.
yeah, let me roll.
Yeah.
Okay. I rolled a perception check for her, and I'll say that she does notice it.
just she notices in the reflection on like a blade in the background.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Like, she definitely can tell that you're not from around here, but, you know, she kind of can tell that you're some sort of religious person, and you certainly don't look like a follower of the Fate Weaver.
I'd like to think we were hired to deal with owl bears, but all we could find were owl-sized bears. Just job. We did, maybe didn't get full payment for it.
Yeah.
So I kind of Maladev wants to ask her, we went to the other bakery and they were all out of cookies. Do you have any good recipes for cookies? Like, we were really craving some for this festival.
Well, I do have a pretty good recipe for cloudberry cookies, but, well, you need cloudberries for them, and they don't really grow in this area.
Darn.
Though, I mean, you could adapt the dough and kind of add something else, I suppose, but the cloudberries are what really make them pop. Next time I go to visit some family or a caravan rolls through, I'll see if I can get some. Hopefully, bit of a taste of home.
Okay.
Cloudberries, would that ring a bell in terms of, like, would I need to roll, like, a nature check?
Yeah,
or
make a
anything?
nature check.
So. Not proficient, but hey!
Oh! You have the brain cell. Yeah, you know that cloudberries usually require a lot more sunlight than this area would allow. They don't really grow up north because, again, they require a lot more sunlight. They grow more like in the riverlands, and also in the grasslands of Vermesta is where they are primarily a thing. Pretty much the Shire. And they're very good. They're almost like a cranberry, a bit tart and very light. And they almost pop in your mouth like popping boba. Out of game, I know that cloudberries are a real thing. I have never eaten them. I just know they exist. And I'm like, that sounds like something from a D&D game.
Yeah.
Like, I have this this moisturizer that's infused with like cloudberry extract. I'm like, don't know what that means. Makes my skin feel good.
Yeah.
Delightful.
It is
It'll be
absolutely
the next,
delightful.
like, cloudberry cookies is the next superfood.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it.
I think it's sort of like the lingonberry jam that you can get at IKEA. That's what I think it's like. I don't know. Which is sort of like cranberry sauce, so...
Yeah.
No, I don't know. I don't know how cloudberries work.
So... She's carrying this basket of fabric, is that right, from upstairs?
Yes. Yeah. It's not particularly big. It's not overflowing.
Okay. But all I can see on it is just fabrics.
Yeah, you can see sort of scraps of fabric. You see, like, some old, like, headscarves and a few socks. And you see even a few worn-out blouses that look like they're fairly well made. They just look very well worn.
Okay.
I will say, Ilandir, you could see that some of these even have some silken threads woven into them.
Oh,
It
so
is
they're
much.
higher end
It is
beads.
higher end. Yeah, this is like. It's like this whole town is dressed very, I don't know, very Kmart, and this lady is at least at a Macy's level.
I believe, and I'm leaving room because my memory is terrible. the old woman mentioned that she is very well dressed generally.
Yeah, you could tell that she's definitely dressed a lot nicer than the people in this town. I mean, she
Yeah.
is kind of sticking to the more like green and berry and copper color palette that people seem to wear here, as not stand out too much. But her fabric does look a little bit nicer and well made. She has a bit more of like an intricate embroidery on her clothing, like on her little like jacket thing that she has. She has like a little crop vest thing. It's very stylish. You can tell
I
that she
compliment
puts.
it. If she's
Yeah.
wearing that actively right now, I do
Oh yeah.
compliment the embroidery. Just,
Oh, thank you, thank you. This was a gift from one of my cousins as a wedding gift. It's one of my favorite pieces.
so sweet. It's a wonderful piece of work.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Yes, she's a part of the Weavers Guild.
Who is she?
Yes, yes.
Maybe I know her.
Really, her name is gosh, elven names is Galadriel. I don't know.
Beautiful.
It's fine. It fell into stuff in my
Yeah.
backstory.
Okay. Yeah, but she name drops her cousin. Actually, let's just say her name is I don't know, Aladniel. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah.
And there might be 5 people in the Weavers Guild with the same name.
Yeah, it has. She has a very common Elvish name, very common High Elf name. You know at least 4.
Yeah. And on top of that, I get confused in the first place, so I play it off like I do, but
Okay, yeah,
Right.
but you could tell that it has like some very nice like silken embroidery, and this looks like it's a very fine linen vest, as opposed to the much more basic
yeah,
clothing
at this
that
point I've
the
completely
townsfolk are wearing.
derailed the conversation. Somebody else is gonna have to step in. This is my hyperfixation happening right now.
Yeah, so you're like, oh, so you like fabric?
Yes.
Hmm. Well, I think I kind of like continue moseying around the little shop as best I can. Obviously, it's kind of a smaller place, like sort of just looking around to see if there's maybe anything else of interest. Maladov is certainly trying to be as polite as possible, but just see if there's maybe any other clues to whether or not she may have stolen the cookies without causing too much alarm. So, kind of just gonna wander into any of the corners or anything that we may have not touched, and try and just kind of look at all the arrows and see if there's anything else really going on here.
Okay, yeah. Make another investigation check. I will say that. Is anybody going to help or guidance or anything?
Yeah, Rizzy is going to walk around and ask very, very basic questions about all of these arrows. Like she's never seen an arrow before.
Okay. Okay, so you have advantage. So far we have 119. You can roll again, see if you crit.
Just double
Okay,
19.
19
Sweet.
it
And
is.
can I do perception?
If you want, you could also roll a perception, but I will tell you it won't give you as much.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I don't have any bonuses to like investigation. But
Yeah, that's
either
fine
way.
though. With a 19, I'll say that you notice a lot of really, really nice arrows, but you don't really notice any sort of remnants of the baked goods.
Okay. Okay.
You can tell that he
Makes
keeps a
sense.
very clean and meticulous shop, and he doesn't really have anything out of place here.
Okay.
Rizzy will like whisper something in between questions. So which of these do you point the arrows that way on the bow or the other way? Like she'll sort of whisper to Maladov, maybe we could loiter around the back as needed in case you get the.
Okay,
Right,
make either a
okay.
deception or a stealth check
Let's see here.
to see if he can hear you. What
Yeah.
do
And is
his
there
elf
only
ears
the one
hear?
entrance? Oh my
Oof.
gosh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Please, Izzy says, please, if you wish, my merchandise that I have available for sale is all here. I am more than willing to sell you some, even though this is supposed to be a town holiday.
I ask, how much for, and kind of point to some kind of basic arrows, maybe something a little bit nicer than what I have currently equipped as just a very common arrow, and kind of ask him, how much for a few of these, kind of distraction.
Oh, these here? And he points to some, and it looks like they have some sort of like extended distance mechanism on them.
Okay.
These are 1 silver each.
Okay.
They go a little bit further than your typical. I feel like they're better at hitting some more distant targets.
Oh, wonderful. I would love to take maybe 3 of them from you. And I like really dig deep. My crabs are all in my coin purse.
He kind of
like, pulling
sees
out silver
he sees
crabs.
that. He's,
like
he kind of
silver
gives you a little
crabs
bit
there.
of side eye. Has he? Oh, he.
And I just
Yeah,
like
he's
smile
seen a crab
as I
before.
shake them off my fingers, like.
You could tell that
pull out a
he's.
couple.
You could tell it doesn't. You don't even have to roll for this. He's thinking, "Oh gosh, I'm going to have to clean up crabs now." Like he's one of those people who has a coaster under every drink.
Okay.
Everything is
Yep.
neatly labeled in both common and elvish.
He'll be happy to see them scurry hurriedly back to me every time they fall from
Okay.
me. So
Okay.
I pull
He's
a
very
couple
glad to
silver
see that.
pieces out, and yeah, the crabs kind of come scurrying back and go back into their pocket. They were
Okay.
sleeping in there. They're like they're like, Mom. get
One of them
out."
pinches you a little bit. Mother, you have woken me up.
like, sorry. Take the coins out and kind of place them down. Like these would be wonderful. I really appreciate you opening your door to us on such a special day.
Of course. I mean, I have to stay in business somehow. And he pulls down 3 of the arrows from the little bucket and puts them on the counter. Takes your coinage. Now you can add 3 arrows of distance to your temporary inventory. And pretty much they double your distance that you can shoot.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, so if like you have a bow that has like a 60, 120, it becomes 120, 240.
Cool. Awesome.
And Rizzy, to sort of overcompensate for her accidental outburst earlier, is going to say that yes,
Okay.
thank you for letting us in. I left my bow with my cousin, but next time I see her, I'll make sure to get it. And I just don't know if these arrows are like the right length or
He looks at you. He says, "Certainly, I see. Well, I wish you luck in your pursuit of the skill of archery.
Thank you.
Seems like your
And
friend
just to
here might
confirm-
be able to maybe give you some pointers." As he kind of touches the point of an arrow.
Yeah. And yeah, just to confirm that is it is this way, right? You don't not like holding the bow in the wrong direction, clearly.
Yes.
And Maladov kind of looks at you like, I would give you some pointers if we stepped out into the forest.
Sure. Just
Yeah.
just imagining Rizzy's doing a very like the Gabriel Gundacker Twitter video of like, so is the music coming from this pointed to a potted plant or from this pointing to a speaker?
I don't understand that reference, but yes. And he's kind of like, "Oh my god, what is your deal?"
Right. So Maladov kind of like is like, yeah, we're gonna go learn so much about archery, and is kind of like backing up towards the door, like let's get out of here before he gets too much more weird about us. Thank you again for opening your doors, greatly appreciated. And I kind of look back at Lornette. Is it Lornette?
Yeah, Lornette.
Lornette, and I'm like, thank you so much. I really look forward to eating some of your baked goods.
Oh, yes. I'm hoping that maybe I can try and get some muffins done later this week. Hopefully. Depends on if I could
Wonderful.
forage anything good. You know, the woods giveth and the woods taketh away.
Okay. Yeah, then I kind of venture towards the door there, just on that note, like I'd love to see you again, Lornette.
Yes. Hope to see you.
Okay. So yeah, I pop outside with my new bows that I'm actually pretty excited about.
Yeah, they are some very well made arrows. Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I'm
have
like
like
holding one of them.
they have
as we
almost
walk
like
out
this
the
little
door.
spring loaded in the back that like when you fire it, it kind of like propels the arrow forward a little bit further, a little bit stronger.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, I'm definitely like kind of checking that out as we walk out of the shop. Like, all right, actually, this turned out to be a pretty good endeavor for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Rizzy, as she leaves, she'll just like turn around and nod and say like cloudberries and just keep going.
A pleasure, but I make a point in the way that I turn it. It's just really showing off that shield as if you didn't catch it before.
You did
Mhm.
now. What do your elf eyes see? The moon.
Yeah.
You moon her with
Yeah.
your shield.
Yes, yes, I do.
Just waiting for the other, boot in the soup to drop there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we are going to the boot sign next, right? We're
You
going to
are?
Very
Yeah.
true. That's very true.
Absolutely.
So yeah, yeah, if we kind of all make our way out the door, I definitely like look around like, okay, let's go. I guess see this boyfriend guy. What was his name? Does anyone remember?
Gustav, Rel,
Gusterin.
Gooseman.
And
Okay.
Thank you.
do we want to try to take a little detour just walking? Because there was a ladder in the back, right? Or
Um,
in the
You-
back of the shop? Or
not a ladder. There's a stairwell on the side, inside of the shop. Kind of
inside
like
the shop?
yeah, like there's the shop.
Okay.
There's the counter. There's the stairs that are like about maybe 15 feet back from there, next to a back room door.
Okay.
Sorry, I apologize. I thought there was like a fire escape thing. That's
No.
what I was thinking. But, okay.
This would be a bit small for a fire escape to be needed.
Okay. I do kind of before we want to go, if we can, just check if there is anything of note around the building, on the building. I know he keeps it pretty clean, but is there anything maybe on the door handle, door frame, anything that would say, hey, somebody with chocolatey hands has been here, or anything like that?
Investigation check.
Okay. I'll take a shot at that.
Hop
Okay.
in there with me.
Yep. I'll say you have advantage, and you can guidance yourself if you wish.
Okay. I will whisper the words.
Whoa, what did I just do? 100 or something? Whoops, sorry. I did not mean to do that.
Okay.
I wish.
Okay. So that is a 22 total. So yeah, you notice that the doorknob is very elaborately like, it's kind of like one of those twisty, scrolly ones, and it looks very well polished. Like most of the stuff in this town is a little worn, a little weathered, but this doorknob is very, very polished, and the windows are very clean and spotless. This guy seems a bit anal retentive.
Okay.
So the little bit of maybe chocolate, probably.
Would have been gone immediately.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead.
Oh, one other thing. What color was the husband's hair?
His hair was long, blonde, and in a braid.
Her hair did match the description of the hair we found, though. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
Short and brown.
Okay. So yeah, I kind of look at you guys and say, well, I guess we're off to the cobbler's. Let's kind of see what we find out from him and maybe gather a little more information about her before I go jumping to any conclusions. I suppose I'd like a little more information.
I didn't get an actionable vibe on her at all.
Yeah, I agree, and I'm a little surprised about it. I really wanted to hate her right away. So yeah, Maladov's like a little disappointed because she still just like feels like really deeply for this old woman for some ridiculous reason. She's got this like major connection with this baker lady, and so she's like mad that she didn't hate this woman right away.
Yeah,
and
she
I'm
seems like a bit.
little
She's
ruffled, but that
Yeah.
just seems to be her way.
yeah.
Agreed.
She seems like a more complex figure.
Yeah. So, yeah, guess I'd like to go and meet this guy who's infatuated with my new grandmother, who I've adopted as my grandmother.
Yes, yeah.
Do you refer to her as your grandmother?
I do.
I am concerned about your bonding this quickly.
What with
I just am a big fan of nicknames. And I kind of like look at you with this big silly smile, like,
Grandmother's Rizzy help.
I
More, it's more of a title.
yeah.
she just looks at you like this is 100% normal. Like she again, small town, very few people. Like she's like, what? Like I'm definitely the most normal of all of us. Like,
And yeah, immediately upon first seeing her, I just popped in my head, Nana Bagels,
you
obviously.
get it. You get
Yes,
it. See, Rizzy
exactly.
gets it. Her
Yeah,
trustworthy elderly woman figure that I would probably give my life for. And like she kind of says that a little jokingly, but her eyes say maybe she's not joking.
Concerned, just pure.
there are worse causes to give one's life for, certainly.
Cookies and old women are some of the best things in this world.
Yeah, yeah, and she seems like a very sweet little babushka character. Yeah, she's kind of
So-
green, kind of old, and she has little flowers growing out of her ears. It looks
Yeah.
almost like she has earrings, but they're not.
So I do also, I carry a staff, very much kind of like the one she has, but it's very ornate, and it actually has like a second spot for a hand on it that you guys may have seen that's like much lower down, as if it used to belong to another short little old woman, and I carry it now. So I have a certain fondness for old women in particularly.
Aw.
I cannot form an argument in the face of both of my party members thinking this is okay, so I'm going to let this go for now. But
Yeah, and I kind of like, yeah, if you just kind of look at us like we're goons, I'm like, okay, and we like continue towards the cobbler shop. I like kind of head off, anticipating that you guys are behind me. I'm like, nothing to see here.
no, I'm just having trouble articulating why maybe don't pin all of your enthusiasm and hopes on the stranger we just met. So
I understand exactly where you're coming from.
yeah,
But
I guess if it makes stuff happy.
I will defer to Queen Crab on this particular.
Awesome.
That's
Yeah,
it.
so
That's the name now.
we go. Yep. Queen Crab.
Yeah, Queen Crab, that is your name.
Yep, we are the Crab Cake Bunch now. This is.
I love it.
Oh God.
Well, off we go. Crabs
Okay.
and all.
Crabs and all. The few that were flung out when you were digging for your coinage have since kind of scurried back onto you. One of them jumps into your boot.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They scuttle about everywhere. They're like dangling from my jewelry at all times. They kind of are just whoever's not sleeping in the coin purse, which is the designated crab bed. They're all scuttling about
that.
all over the place.
Yeah.
So
By the way, I could totally Photoshop some tiny crabs onto your character's mini.
I think
if you
we
do so
should.
wish.
I think it would be a great idea.
I'll do that before we have our actual first session
I love
of like
that.
canon gameplay because I think that's
Yeah.
incredible.
little Newsies caps for the crabs. Just-
Yeah.
I do like to think every once in a while there's one that has like one of them has like a little like something with it, like whether it's a little hat or like one of them has like a broken claw. And there's like 4 or 5 that are really distinguished little characters that you can recognize, but the rest of them all look the same.
Yeah.
There's every
okay.
once in a while that one that you're like, oh, there he is, he's missing a leg. Like I know that
One that's like a little bit purplish or one's a little greenish. Yeah,
exactly.
like a little funky
just
color.
a couple of them that is maybe a little more unique than the others.
Aw.
Just one. It's got one barnacle on a claw. that's
Right,
it.
exactly. Yeah.
That makes it look like he's flipping you off.
Exactly.
That reminds me of I think it's in Ghosts of Salt Marsh. There's an awakened crab known as Barnacle Bess, who's a cleric of I think Saint Cuthbert.
Okay.
And and will bonk people with her little claw, like a
I love that.
like a
I love
yeah.
that.
Just
I love it.
So, do you want to take a short rest here and break for food, or do you want to keep going?
I could do a short rest.
sure. Absolutely. I think Rizzy's probably looking a little paler, like checking her sundial every
Okay.
5 minutes or so.
Yeah.
This is the third time that you've done a check like this today. I just are you doing all right, hon? Like, is
Well,
are you okay?
I don't I seem okay? I mean, I know, like I'll be honest, the bear job threw me off a little bit. I do hold some of your reservations as to this current uh, business venture we've been given, I suppose. But I mean, I think I'm doing okay. Do I seem okay?
Just thought I saw something. It's fine. You're fine.
Well,
Just I'm around if you need. Okay.
oh, absolutely. Thank you for your concern. I'm just, it kind of, I'll be honest, the boot reminded me of home a little bit, and it's just, there's a lot to unpack there, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Apologize if I seem a little distant.
Oh, you do what you have to. I just wanted you to know I noticed.
Well, and I noticed you staring very intently at her garments. Did it inspire any sort of maybe trigger the muse for next season's fashions at all? Or
I think I have some ideas. I loved the embroideries. You know, I don't want to steal that from somebody who's in the guild. Like, obviously, somebody's already doing that particular motif. But if it, maybe I can riff off of it or something. I don't know.
Oh,
it'll take lots of.
And
Yeah, this
have
was.
you considered? Oh, sorry.
Oh, the embroidery was sort of like a wave motif that turned into leaves. It was very neat.
Yeah. Now, have you considered maybe like within the crescent moon, like maybe small runes and potentially elvish or sylvan? That could be nice.
I hadn't considered that, but that could be very striking. And I've been completely derailed now from my line of questioning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Shop talk. We apologize.
Literally.
Lead on, Crab Queen.
Yeah,
Crab
Maladev
queen.
kind of like looks back and is like takes a few steps back with you guys and is like, do people wear different clothes? like hers? Like pretty clothes like that? Like, does that provide any kind of benefit to me? I just don't, she's like very natural, like brown, tan, plain, like, she's like maybe a little form fitting is special, but like embroidery does that offer me a benefit?
It's aesthetically pleasing.
And depending on who you know, I mean, I could possibly enchant such a garment in some way that I.
Interesting.
But there's also this, like, since I've known Dove, I've been wanting to expand her wardrobe. Just
We're
that
gonna
would
have
be fair. Anyone interested in that would be interested for her for sure.
just
Yeah.
So,
I imagine northern fashions are very austere, almost very nearly like health goth. So
yeah, they are.
The amount
definitely.
of color.
Not a lot of color, but definitely a lot of embroidery going on there up north.
Yeah, it's
fascinating.
kind of
But
a
yeah,
whole new world.
just by bringing up that special subject, I've gone from checking in on your well-being in this really uncomfortable conversation to I've completely forgotten about it.
This is probably the norm for our conversations. Just always digressing into shop talk. you know.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, when I said short rest, I meant like out of character. Do you want to pause for a break so that we can have a bio, or do you want
I
to
think I'm gonna
power
go
through?
make coffee if we're gonna take a short break. So I'm super
Up to you.
interested in that still. But I did love that character.
That was very
interaction.
cute. That was very cute.
So I am ready for some coffee if you guys are.
Absolutely.
Okay. So shall we take a 15-minute break and come back at 4:15?
That sounds
Or
perfect.
whatever 15
It's funny.
based on time
I was
zone?
gonna say it's 1:57 p.m. where I am, so yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So 2:15 based on your time. Okay.
Perfect.
And we will come back
Alright.
and you will be at the cobbler's shop.
See you guys in a few.
Okay.
See you then.
Okay, so welcome back. We have just finished our short rest and we are ready to do some investigating.
Mm-hmm.
So, you were making your way over to the cobbler and you stopped to have a chat about cloth, among other things. Is there anything else that you want to do while resting? Check out any of the carnival games or chat with some of the various locals? You see there's a group of like village elders sitting there sewing the different scraps together as part of the quilts, trying to pry some of the scraps away from the hands of the monkeys. Some of the children are chasing after the chickens and the monkeys. You see some of the kids in the town trying to win at the carnival games, and especially the strength one seems to be a popular one. And these kids are scrawny little elf kids. They cannot do all that well, but they're trying their darndest.
As for the monkeys, are they? Would we know? Are they like native to here, or is there like a monkey farmer, monkey rancher somewhere?
Monkey farm. Make an intelligence nature check. That would be nature.
Busy with that brain cell.
Yeah,
Right.
the brain cell.
I will grip my crystal for good luck. And
Okay,
18.
so that is an 18. You know that monkeys are definitely not native to this area. They're usually much more tropical.
Hmm. Do does it seem like the monkeys? Is there like one particular human who's maybe wearing?
A monkey vest.
Yeah,
Uh,
just some sort of ask me about my monkeys T-shirt or something.
you do not notice anybody who is visibly a monkey enthusiast. In fact, most of the townsfolk seem kind of annoyed by the monkeys.
Yeah, some rich guy had him as pet probably, and now they've taken over the town.
Kind of like the
Invasive species.
Yeah, kind of like the crocodiles in the New York City sewers. Like, some guy buys, like, some dumb snake off the black market and is like, oh shit, I don't know how to take care of this. Let me just let it go. And now we have
That's hilarious.
sewer gators or whatever. Allegedly.
Yeah.
But I want to
Allegedly.
believe in the sewer gators. I want to believe in sewer gators.
Yeah, or mongooses in Hawaii, a couple of
Oh.
Hawaiian islands that are just eating everything. So
I did not know that was an issue. Good to know.
Even if sewer gators aren't a thing, there's a battle for a niche in like the Everglades between boa constrictors and gators now.
Yes, yeah, I
Because
heard.
People with exotic pets let them loose.
Yeah. And apparently there's an issue of people feeding the gators marshmallows, and some of them have become so accustomed to eating nothing but marshmallows that they have gotten out of shape and very lazy when it comes to their hunting habits. So
I mean,
yeah, I mean, some of the gators apparently have also been impacted by people flushing their recreational amphetamines down the toilet. So yeah, now we have
that can battle cocaine bear, and we'll see
Yeah.
who the apex.
oh, cocaine bear. That's gosh, that is Pablo Escobar. Quite a trip.
Escobar.
Anybody- yeah, do they still have them like taxidermied over? Is it like in Lexington, Kentucky? I think.
I think.
I have no idea what's going on, but
I don't know.
I love
I
it.
do not.
I'll post a link of the saga
Okay.
of the cocaine bear.
I need to hear about that. Now I kind of want to see like meth gators versus cocaine bears. Who would win?
Oh well, I mean, who would be the slowest to have a heart attack? Probably would be
True.
Yeah.
The true winner.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, have any of you followed Fat Bear Week?
No.
Oh goodness! All hail King Otis, rightful king of the Katmai.
Oh my goodness. I will have to go look into that. but
It is
no.
absolutely delightful, and I cannot wait to get you to be part of the bear cult. Okay.
I've joined a lot of animal cults lately. Crab cult. Now we're looking at the bear cult. Like, I'm into
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Okay. So, is-
Maladov would like to maybe approach the elders and just kind of inquire about these monkeys, because it does seem like they are everywhere.
Yeah.
So I kind of would like to approach these elders who are putting things together and just say, where did these monkeys come from?
Okay, so you approach the sewing circle.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
And I do have an affinity for old folks, so
Okay.
I'm already happy to talk to them anyway.
Okay, yeah, as we have noticed, you just love grandmas. You just think that
I
grandmas
do.
are the best. And this is
They
just a
are.
whole circle of old folks. They're all
Love 'em.
wrinkly and they're sewing and smells like old people.
I love it.
Okay. So you approach them and they look up and they're what exactly do you say?
Um, Hi. I was just wondering about these monkeys that run across town. It seems like there's a lot of them, and it seems a little odd.
Ah, yeah, the monkeys. Ever since Marin decided to go and buy a bunch of monkeys to help with his hunting, things got out of hand.
Yeah, it looks that way. Are they helpful at all?
Pah, of course not. They're monkeys. Try and train them. You can't train a monkey like that. I mean, I guess maybe they could help with some of the foraging, but all they do is get in your hair and throw stuff at you from the roof and try and pickpocket you if you have something shiny.
Oh my goodness. I kind of laugh. That does seem what monkeys do, or at least what they're good at. Sorry about that. It's a interesting problem to have.
Yeah, and people keep trying to figure out how to solve the monkey problem, and well, it keeps coming down to should we try and train some bears to eat the monkeys and then end up with a bear problem? So I don't know.
Yeah, that's a tough call. I don't know if that would work out in your guys' favor very well.
Yeah, so I think I'd rather deal with the monkeys, though at least the bears would probably be less annoying.
Maybe.
Yeah.
And I kind of laugh, and yeah, I don't think they're doing anything in particularly interesting other than that. So I'm glad to have gathered that information. But I think I'm just headed towards the cobbler shop. I'm kind of on a mission for my old lady, so.
Okay. Okay. So you go over to the cobbler. Let me drag you over to that side of town.
Before we
So
move
you-
on,
Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with the sensation, but I might be having a thought.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. If I were to take cookies and not eat them to get rid of the evidence, that communal pot looks like a good place to get rid of evidence. Maybe.
Perhaps. And I, Rizzy offers the olive bread to anybody, but that we have something to put in there.
So we would have a reason to go up to it.
Yeah, you see that all the townsfolk are walking up. Some of them are just watching people throw stuff in. You see some people that are just like going back and forth from their house to just pretty much get rid of the leftovers that they kind of forgot about a little bit too long.
Any new boots, or does it seem like a one boot pot?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
Let's see. Do you see any
Not my-
boots?
Not my
Yeah, I'd
specialty.
like to kind of look around and see if I do notice any maybe chocolate fingerprints. I would think maybe as you approach the pot, there's, maybe you touch the pot itself or anything surrounding.
You
just
can
kinda-
tell that the pot itself would likely be very, very hot. It is.
Oh yeah, duh. Obviously.
It is
but-
on top of a fire. But you
Okay.
Is there a ladle or something to stir the pot?
you do not see a ladle.
Okay.
And you only see the one lone boot bobbing there,
Okay.
slightly deteriorating from the heat.
Okay.
Rizzy surmises maybe 2 boots would be 1 boot too many.
Yeah, it's kind of like a bay leaf. You throw in one, for some flavor
Right.
and some luck.
Yeah, add
Okay.
salt to taste.
Okay. All right. It's a good shot.
Yep.
Well, that was my thought for the day.
It was,
It was
a thought.
good one.
Yeah.
It was a good one. Yeah.
I liked
Now,
it.
now you gain 3 levels of exhaustion. Just kidding.
Right.
Yep. Was disadvantage on saving throws now? Or?
All right. So yeah, I mean, I continue towards the cobbler shop, which I assume has that big boot sign out front, so
Yep.
I'll know when I get there.
Yep, it has a big
Okay.
old boot. And it just says
Um,
cobbler on the sole.
Okay. Is there anything else of kind of note, or maybe anything interesting about the exterior of the building, or anyone inside that I can see?
You can see some movement through the windows. You can see at least 2 humanoid figures.
Okay.
And maybe as we walk up there, maybe check sort of the footpaths for chocolate residue and such.
Okay.
I mean, it's
And the
might be
handle of the door and things like that again, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Make
might
an
be
investigation
difficult.
check to check for the door handle, or a survival check to check for footprints. Your choice. I will say that you have
maybe-
advantage, or one of you could roll each. Oh,
Yeah, I could definitely roll the door handle check. I'm not,
okay.
I'm not a
So for
survival
the
person.
investigation, it looks like the
My
area
survival
is
is
kind of a bit sloshed with with a bit of broth from the massive stew that's kind of splashed out, and there's a lot of footprints, but they've all kind of muddied together. And as you're checking, you get in real close, and you don't realize it, but some of your hair has fallen into the mud, and now you have soup mud hair.
Yeah.
It's a little
Dang
gross.
it.
Boots are
And-
one thing, but hair.
I'd
Do
like
I
to
get-
think my crabs are now getting stuck in it and tracking it across my body, which is
Yeah. Now you have like
Hmm.
polka dots of little crab footprints of mud all over you. I mean, it looks like it could possibly be a deliberate choice.
I can't take either of you anywhere.
awesome. No.
Okay. Rizzy, you notice that this doorknob is it's much more aged. It's not in as good condition. You don't notice any chocolate necessarily, but you do notice that it does have like some sort of like tarnishing from fingerprints on it.
When, when Rizzy touches the door handle with her hand, like very gingerly, does her fingerprint seem to show up, or does it seem?
It doesn't seem to show up immediately. It looks like this is after like many, many years or even decades of use without being polished or cleaned necessarily.
Well, I'd like to see if it's unlocked and maybe kind of make a tapping noise as I enter the door if it's unlocked.
Okay, it does indeed seem to be unlocked, and you hear 2 voices, and then a third voice shout, "Come in! We're open, kind of."
Okay, and I proceed to open the door a little further and kind of have a smile on my face, like as I
Okay.
enter the room.
You see 3 younger half-elves. One has kind of short, very gelled back blonde hair. One has brown hair that's kind of balding on the sides, and one has sort of like a red shag cut. And they're all half-elves, and you can tell that they're related. They all have kind of similar facial features. The ginger one is a little bit portlier than your average half elf, and the balding brown-haired one, he looks like a little bit gaunter than the other 2.
Okay.
But they're all wearing pretty simple clothing.
Okay. Well, I greet them just a pretty basic hi. My name's Maladove. I was actually wondering, is your father around?
The one with the
And I'm just
slicked,
assuming, but yeah.
the one with the slicked back hair, he says, "Oh yeah, he's upstairs. he's getting some more fabric scraps for the quilts. We're getting some of the leather scraps to see if we can maybe piece something together. And you see that they're all kind of like working with like the little leather extras from the boots. You notice that the one who has the who's kind of balding, he seems to be the one who flinged the boot into the stew earlier today. You recognize him.
Okay, all right.
A man of exceptional taste.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Well, do you think he's up for some visitors? We'd kind of like to meet him. Person we're working for has a bit of a connection with him. Doesn't know how else to word that, but...
They kind of look at each other like, sure. And the blonde one goes upstairs and says, I'll be right back. And he goes back through a doorway, and you hear some footsteps and some creaking of stairs. It's just like the front of the shop with a little door. You can't really see much beyond that. And there's like a few racks of shoes. And then, a little workbench there. Okay. Although this one is much more cluttered and nowhere near as organized as the Fletcher's shop that you had just been to.
Okay.
Rizzy is going to give kind of a little side-eyed, a little third base coach gesture to Ilindir, sort of gesturing, kind of, with like towards the brown-haired son, just in case, however surreptitiously we can maybe ask him a question.
Are you trying to get me to color match?
Perhaps I can try something. Fabric. Sorry, Rizzy. Reason of Felda Mercy. Pleasure. I'm kind of a fabric head. I mean, not as much as my weaver friend here, but we were looking for some good fabric. Do you know? Where does your father procure his fabric, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, the red-haired one says, "Oh, my name's Taenorn. My father gets his fabric mostly from merchants, really, who come through. There's a general store, and he usually stops by there.
Any embroidering tools? While I'm doing this, I'm going to be trying to position myself if Ilindir can get closer to the brown-haired son and maybe do a color match surreptitiously.
Okay, so
you don't want me to do stealth anything.
So what exactly are you? What do you say to the red-haired elf?
Yeah.
Half-elf guy.
Instead of coming up and trying to match these 3 little hairs or whatever we have to this guy's head, because I don't think there's any way to make that motion make sense. Instead, I want to get this guy closer to a window so I can get a better gauge on what his hair color is.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we look at that fabric? Maybe that roll of fabric. What about these shoes?
Something like I'm interested in.
Okay, I'll say that there's a few like animal skins and leathers hanging up as like little color samples for what you can grab, what you can choose your custom shoes.
As rays of light come in through the window, I'm assuming it's like a partly cloudy day. We'll just point like 2 different skins in different windows and trying to get reflection of the sun.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? Ilindir, you could take an inspiration point because that's smart. I like that. I like that idea.
Okay.
Yeah. It'll work. I'll say he goes over and you hold one up that's kind of like dyed this berry oxblood color. It's very nice. It looks like it's kind of a deluxe swatch, and he says, that's one of our more popular colors. It's deer skin, and it's dyed with forest berries.
Oh, delightful. So those are local berries that you're dyeing it with. I'm literally leading him down this line of questioning.
Yes, yeah, he's yes. Local berries, all hand foraged. I sometimes do the foraging myself, actually. My name's Marco, by the way, and he gives out a hand.
Oh, Ilindir.
Oh, thank you. And And then you hear some more footsteps, 2 sets coming in through the back. Is there anything you want to do or say before the other 2 enter into the room?
Are we able to get a good look at the
Yeah.
brown-haired sons here? Like roll a check of some sort of.
Yeah, you could roll an investigation check or perception check, or either with advantage, or one if you could roll a perception, one if you could roll an investigation. So
I'm
there will be
better
2
off
rolls.
going perception than I am investigation.
And I could go investigation if you want to.
Okay,
do it
so
that
we'll
way.
have one of each.
We'll have the psych moment of like zooming in, like
Yeah,
on
like-
the follicles of hair on their
Yeah.
jacket.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Yeah, that is.
Sorry, probably not guidance. That'd be just 23.
Okay, yeah, but still.
And then
23.
I'm boosting to an 18.
Okay, 18. Yeah. The hair color is indeed a solid match. It is that same mousy brown color. And coming in through the door, you see the presumably youngest son, based on, estimated features, with the blonde slicked back hair coming through. And he has kind of like a greenish hue to his skin. The other 2 have more of like a humanoid, kind of tan, beige type skin tone. And they go in, and behind him you see a very short, old half-elf man, very, very old. Also balding, with his hair is mostly silver, with a touch of the brown around the back, with just white in the front part. And he's wearing very kind of stained clothes. You see that they have a bit of oil stains, some food stains on them. He quite clearly does not give a shit about this kind of thing. He's old. Why would he bother?
Are they chocolate stains?
Chocolate stains.
I don't know.
A little bit of respect for what you're wearing, though.
What?
Okay, as he kind of enters, yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued by his bit of dirty clothes and kind of looking at them, like wondering if there is chocolate on there, but also just kind of introduce myself and, hi, I am Maladov. I've heard so much about you from my friend, the baker. I can't remember her name. What is her name?
Burial.
Marielle. So that's
Oh.
what I'd like to say to him.
Oh, the baker. Oh, and you can see that he blushes slightly. And he says, yeah, she makes great muffins and other things, but especially those blueberry crumble muffins. My name is Gusterin, and these are my 3 sons, Marco, Leonir, and Taenorn. We've been running this shop for a few generations now, and yeah, it seems to be going quite well.
Wonderful. Have you had a chance to visit with her today?
Not today, no. I been busy trying to get everything together for the festival. Trying to get all the good fabrics, They say that you get what you put in when it comes to the quilt.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes, your son Marco was showing my friend Elandir and I. She's a weaver. I dabble. I'm a scribe by trade.
Don't let them
I
talk
see.
themselves down. They're very talented.
Aw, thank you. Try. Rosina fell to mercy, by the way, and she curtsies.
Gusterin Adrell, pleased to meet you. And he puts out his hand, and it's like all liver spotted, and you can see that there's some spots of like moss growing on his elbows.
Oh my goodness. Well, Gusterin, I have some sort of bad news. It sounds like Bariel this morning had a bit of bad luck, and somebody may have actually stolen from her. Could you believe that?
Oh well, that's not good. I mean, her cookies are. I mean, not. He doesn't actually say cookies. He says her muffins are great, but she charges a reasonable price. There's no need to steal them.
Well, it was, he didn't say cookies, right? You like
Yeah.
amended that.
Yeah, I meant
Okay.
that. Yeah.
It was actually her incredibly special festival cookies, and I kind of like look at all of them when I mention the cookies to see if this kind of rings anything to anybody.
Oh,
That's
right,
for
right. It's been
23 for an insight.
okay, 23. He seems okay. You're insight checking the fuck out of this guy, or out of the
Yeah,
group in
well,
general.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to kind of
It's
gauge
kind
the
of the
room here.
room. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're reading the room. And oh boy, do you read it. He seems a little worried. He's like, oh, right, the cookies, yeah, that she makes as part of the Wandering Day. I've been waiting 7 years for them. It's been 7 years
Haven't we
since the
all?
last Wandering Day. And, goodness, she only makes them when the Wandering Day comes along. Oh, and I was looking forward to them. He seems genuinely perturbed by the fact that he is not going to be having his Wandering Day cookies.
Okay. Do any of the sons seem to like care or
Uh,
change?
Are
They-
we getting the LA Noir doubt face from any of them?
the red-haired one, he kind of looks and says, "Oh, well, I like the muffins, but you know, wasn't a huge fan of those cookies last time. But it's been a few years since I've had them.
Okay.
I don't know. The potato chips in them were a little weird. I don't know.
Who doesn't like a good crunch?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So nothing too of notice with that.
And you could see that Gusterin, he looks like he has something on his mind. His brow is a little furrowed.
I guess I'd kind of like to just maybe like put my hand out a little, you know, just kind of like a gesture of like friendliness,
Mhm.
and say, "Are you all right? Like,
Uh,
are you okay?"
just you know, it's my first Wandering Day since my wife died. She loved the Wandering Day.
Oh, goodness. I'm so sorry. These kinds of events can really drum up a lot of emotion for loss like that. I'm so sorry to hear about that.
Yeah,
My
monkeypox is what
condolences.
monkeypox. It's brutal.
Dear.
He looks very very distraught by that. And he says, "But trying to think, you know, celebrate the way my wife would like, you know, trying to make it nice additions to the quilt." And you see that he has in his pockets all sorts of bits of leather cloth, like nice leather cloth, hanging out that he plans on adding.
Wonderful. Um, I would actually like to ask him. Can you tell me a little more about like the significance of these quilts? They seem like everybody really puts a lot of effort into these phenomenal pieces, and this is my first Wandering Day ever. I'd really like to know a little more about the quilts themselves.
Illindir's like, "Oh boy, let me tell you
Right.
a thing."
As I say,
So, so
Welcome to my TED Talk.
yeah. So pretty much, so you start trying to gather together all sorts of bits and bobs and scraps of fabric, and it gives you a chance to go through everything you have and appreciate what you own and get rid of the things that no longer are serving you well, and you turn it into something beautiful with the help of the group. And it helps you appreciate what you got and celebrate, you know, living in the moment, whatever that might be. And that's why my wife loved it.
oh, that's a wonderful sentiment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite lovely.
Yeah, Rizzy gets a little more choken up about talking about living in the moment than she probably initially expected, and is going to maybe look out the window a little bit, sort of leaning there, maybe kind of just taking a handkerchief to
Aw.
the
Yeah, so I mean, there's contributing to the stew and all. I added a few mushrooms that I had on hand, but Siora always loved to sit with a quilting group, even when she was younger. We always joked about that, you know. She loved to add to the quilt, so now it's going to be my turn to join the quilting circle once I finish getting the scraps together. And
That's a lovely way to honor her.
yeah, I would agree. I would agree. It's just been a tough few years.
Understandable. I
To not be dancing at the stew serving later in the day, that's going to be a bit awkward. Not to have someone to dance with. And you see the red-haired son says, "Well, Pa, you can always ask Burial." And he says, I don't know if she'd say yes."
I kind of like chime in like, but there's no harm in asking, like almost hoping that they dance together.
we would certainly be happy to ask on your behalf. That might be easier.
He kind of goes to like size you up, and he's like, I suppose can't hurt, I guess. Yeah, you can ask. Yeah, you do that.
You know, Gustafson, while we are speaking about Burial, do you know of anyone who may not like her so much or would have wanted those cookies to disappear? Kind of like...
Well, I know that she and Lornette always had a bit of that rivalry between, their bake shops.
Okay. Do you think Lornette is that malicious?
I mean, I don't know about malicious, but I kind of get the feeling that she hates everything about this town and can't wait to get out. Whatever that might mean.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. We're just trying to do our best to help out a friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess Maladov is kind of just looking around the shop again now. She feels like, she's not getting a lot more from this old guy, but also is really, really hoping they dance together later. So
yeah, old people dancing is always a cute thing to see.
Agreed. So yeah, I'm kind of giving you guys vibes like, well, I don't know if we're gonna get any more out of this guy. So kind of like turn to you guys like, maybe we should go ask Burial to dance with him and go check in on her.
Okay.
Certainly. And Rizzy will offer her condolences once again for his loss.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. I mean, it's not much you could do now, but appreciate the thought.
As fleeting as life and all things can be, it means a lot to remember something that way.
Yeah, he kind of wipes one of his tears with a little scrap of leather. It doesn't really work very well, but it's very cute.
I'm certain she's earned her eternal rest.
Yeah, she's buried by the churchyards. Try and pay her a visit every now and then. If it wasn't for the monkeypox being treated so late, she would still be here with us. You could see there's a little bit of anger brewing underneath his sadness.
Can I roll something on monkeypox to know like how it's transmitted or?
Yes, you may roll a medicine check.
Okay.
That's something I can actually do. Hold on.
Yeah, that you
We
might.
we learned the name of the person who released the monkeys.
Yes. It was mentioned by one of the old folks. Okay, so 15. Okay. You know that monkeypox is usually transmitted through either a bite or a scratch from a monkey? And it starts off slow and pretty benign, like just a few boils and stuff like that, a mild fever, which makes it easy to miss. But if allowed to progress, it can just kind of take over your body and you become like a bunch of boils and stuff. It's pretty grody.
Do the monkeys themselves would on a 15 would we know whether the monkeys themselves would show similar boils?
Um,
Oh, 19.
okay, 19. You would know that it doesn't show up as visibly in the monkeys. They tend to be kind of more or less, not immune to it, but more of like mild carriers. But when it infects like a humanoid, that's when it gets a little bit more severe since, our bodies are different and react to the germs differently.
Yeah. Rizzy probably flinches a little bit at the mention of the scratches and bites.
Yeah.
Sort of grips her crystal close.
I try not to describe it in too much detail because this is obviously a traumatic thing for people that are in the circle. But
Yeah. But you know that monkeypox can be pretty nasty to deal with. But if you catch it early enough, it's usually very treatable. A bit of willow bark can usually go a long way in the early stages.
Well, I'm so sorry for your loss. I kind of reiterate to him, and gesture to all of the gentlemen standing there, including the sons as well. So.
Oh, I appreciate it, says the red-haired one. And may you have a merry wandering day.
You as well. Thank you. And we will be back with wink wink, honk honk pulling on my ear.
And he kind of looks a little awkward, but kind of smiles, chuckles slightly.
Okay. So yeah, I kind of exit out of the cobbler's shop and kind of wait for Rizzy and Lindir to come along. Do you guys think we should go check on Burial? I still don't have a good feeling about Lornetta, but I just don't feel like we have a whole lot to just really get her on.
Yeah, I kind of want to take a look at the scene one more time now that we've met people. Maybe we'll have further insight.
Yeah, and we could certainly check by the neighbor's house again. Couldn't hurt.
Okay.
Agreed.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think we'd like to head back to the bakery.
Okay, you can certainly do that. So you head back to the bakery, and you see that Burial is still there, and she's busy trying to knead some dough, trying to possibly try and make another batch of cookies, even though it seems like her supplies are much depleted now that, her main cookies have been baked and stolen. And you go in, and she turns around, and she sees you, and she swivels on her stool, and she says, "Oh, any news? You found anything?"
Well, we've met a few people around town. Some friends and some you may not consider friends, but nothing solid just yet. But don't you worry, we're on the case. I kind of like reassure her, with a smile on my face, and we just maybe need to know a little bit more about some of these townsfolk. Maybe, do you have any more information about Lornette and her husband? Or about how the townsfolk maybe feel about her? Or kind of like...
Well, no offense to you lot. You're just here to visit, but, we don't take all that well to outsiders coming in and staying here. You know,
Mhm.
we have our traditions and we don't like to change that. And I mean, it's different if someone's wandering on through, but someone moving on in and stuff, it just gets a little weird.
How do people feel about her husband? I mean, he's really the one responsible for bringing her here.
He's always been a. I mean, he's dependable. He's a very good Fletcher, but he's always been a bit one to keep to himself, never really interacted with much of the rest of the town. Nobody really doesn't have too many true friends here, which must have made it a bit harder for his wife. You know, doesn't really go to the card nights or anything.
Interesting. I'd also like to ask you a little bit more about the festival's events. You know, I don't really know how much time has passed, but I'm kind of just wondering, as this day progresses, you know, maybe get harder to find any clues to who's done this to you. So is there anything we need to know about festival and sort of the next few hours of the day while we try and do our best to figure out this cookie situation?
Well, it's pretty simple. You know, you have a bunch of different games that people put together, and people work on the quilts and hang them up. And you throw stuff into the stew pot, and then at moonrise, they bless the stew and serve it up to all the townsfolk, and we all eat the stew and dance and play a lot of music. And then, when the moon is at its height, we all sing and dance however we wish. And that's the festival, really, the Wandering Day. And then when the moon sets, it's over. And I'll say that
Is there
it's
anyone-
like it's around like 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon at this point.
Okay, cool. Is there anyone you'd like to dance with later?
She says, you know, they're being married 3 times and, you know, losing them 3 times. Don't know if it's worth dealing with all that heartbreak all over again, you know?
Well, maybe just a little dance with someone who knows the loss that you can feel in your heart could be just a bit of warmth on a little summer evening.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Good.
Okay, 17. Oh, 16 plus.
Oh, sorry, one of those, I actually hit 2 and it's just a 1.
Yeah, but
Ah,
you
so-
were rolling with advantage. That's a 16, and then persuasion, you have a plus 0. So,
I was gonna say
okay,
I got zippy.
16. Okay. She says, well, I guess that the festival's about living in the moment. So, you know what? Whatever losses may come, it's the Wandering Day. It's not supposed to be about that. I suppose I mean, Gusterin does come by a lot, and whenever he comes by, we have some good conversation over some chicory tea. So, I guess maybe I could dance with him if he happens to be there.
I think that's a lovely thought.
I
At
guess.
the very least, you know, he's sure to have the right appropriate footwear for the occasion.
Yeah,
True.
yeah. I mean, if anybody's not going to have 2 left feet, I guess it would be the cobbler.
Oh goodness. I would like to. I'm gonna kind of touch base with her as well, but I'd like to investigate maybe out that back door and then around the side of the building a little bit again.
Sure,
so,
yeah.
So Buriel, I think we'd just like to take another look around before we go back out to hopefully find out who would do such a thing to you. But I can't wait to see you dance at the festival this evening. And yeah, then I kind of walk towards like that back door area where she was when it happened.
Okay, it has a very simple latch lock. It's locked from, the inside, so you can just slide it open. And you see in the
Okay.
back there's like a cute little garden, some vegetables, some flowers. Yeah, it's very cute.
Okay. And can I freely walk to the side of the building from back there? There's no like fences. Or
Yeah,
gates
there's
or
no
anything?
fences or gates in this town.
Yeah, I didn't.
Doesn't seem like
Okay.
that kind of place. And yeah,
Yeah.
you see on the side again. There's like a few little sprigs of daffodils and some trampled kind of patchy grass.
Okay.
No, we didn't see very much in the way of disturbances on the ground outside the particular window that we saw
Uh,
was
right. Yeah, no, it doesn't seem like the daffodils have been harmed.
Rizzy is going to do something that her party members maybe haven't seen before, and maybe try to get a closer look of the window, maybe the top of the window, maybe step sort of very kind of testing like gingerly 1 foot against the side of the wall, and then another foot, and be
Ooh.
walking up the wall to be
Okay.
more closely able to inspect it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you can certainly do that. Because you can.
And
Dove knew that he knew that, right?
uh,
I don't
Rizzy,
think. That was kind of like, I mean, I knew my crabs could do that.
Did that make Rizzy a crab?
I've studied the animal kingdom. Uh, it's a world of arcane wonder out there.
uh,
It's not
yeah,
a
I kind of
no.
like nervously agree. Yeah, I guess.
Looking at the window and looking above the windowsill up into maybe where it joins to the roof, do I
Mm-hmm.
see any other evidence?
Yes, you actually do. Make an investigation check to see how much you can glean.
Okay, and I think I am probably going to guidance myself
You
here.
certainly can.
Ilandir, I am hardcore side eyeing you like. This is really cool, right?
Mage is gonna
You
mage.
have crabs, and Rizzy is a crab, so
I'm liking it.
fully on this train of thought that this means you're a crab.
Crab people, crab
I
people.
did not prepare the infusion that lets me do a rope of climbing, unfortunately. So
Okay.
I just
Who needs a rope of climbing when you could just turn into a fucking crab lady? Okay, so yeah, that is a 22. You notice that there are some sticky fingerprints along the edge of the roof and along the roof tiles. And you see a little bit more of the brown hair
leading which direction?
leading to one of the ropes of the quilts hanging between the buildings. And it's leading over to, there should be a rope here connecting to the adjoining building. But yeah,
To the hunter's cabin?
yeah. And then to some of the others. Yeah.
Uh, Rizzy, based on kind of what you're seeing there, what color are the monkeys?
The monkeys are brown.
Uh, bad news. And I'm gonna take maybe a little cut of part of the quilt, perhaps, and more of the hair. So, walk back down.
And you see that the little piece of quilt does have a little bit of jam on it. And a little smudge of a fingerprint.
What'd you find up there?
More evidence. I think we might need to knock on the hunter's door, perhaps.
See if he's home, huh? Okay. Okay. So to the hunter's house we go.
Okay. Yeah. So are you going to go to the hunter that's immediately next door? Or are you going to
Well,
look for the monkey hunter guy?
so that was my question. Is this the same hunter that released the monkeys, or no? The one that lives next door?
Make just a straight up intelligence check to see how well you can remember the names.
Okay.
I mean, or you can always just ask Burial again.
We're just standing out front, like,
Yeah.
let's see if I can remember.
Yeah, so yeah, you can
Yeah,
remember,
so-
yeah, you remember that the guy who lives next door, she said was named Ermir, and then the guy whose name came up regarding the monkeys was named Mayrin.
Okay. So I would like to, based on just remembering that, go back inside or through the window again, speak with my friend Burial, and see
Okay.
if she can tell me where Mayrin lives.
Oh, he lives on the edge of town in a little green shack
Okay.
it's on the more western side, right near the woods.
And I kind of look back at you guys like, I think if there's a hunter to be spoken with, it may be him.
I concur.
So I think we should head that direction.
Okay.
Alindir full on thinks that we had the hunter on the roof and has not connected monkey yet.
Okay.
Just that's a very acrobatic way to go about that.
Rizzy is probably going to need to stop by an outhouse again and maybe tear a larger piece off of that caricature.
Okay.
And sort of maybe steady her nerves in the powder room a little bit.
Okay. I will say that this outhouse does not really have a mirror, but I'll assume that you have like a little pocket compact or something, if you wish.
She has a vanity that she
Yeah.
checks
Okay.
constantly.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll say that you have like your choice of common items. Yeah. I think that I said
She
that
has a
already.
vanity, but she never really seems to wear makeup or anything. She's just always checking it.
You know, you gotta make sure your hair looks good, you know?
And yeah, if Rizzy's gonna go maybe freshen up a little bit before we go, I might actually ask my friend Burial if she's got maybe like a muffin or something I could take on the road. Like start digging for like a copper piece or two. Like, do you have anything I could maybe just have a little bite?
Well, it's a day old if that's okay. I mean, your friend over there cleared out my olive bread, but I should have one mince pie left if that's okay. It's not the freshest, but it's what I've got. I put all my eggs in the cookie basket, unfortunately.
I'm okay with that. Like, I just, yeah, one little,
Okay,
little
she-
snacker. Like, the
yeah.
crabs are gonna, like,
Yeah.
help me
Bunch
pick
of
through
you
it.
eat this little
Yeah.
mince pie. Has some little raisins in it. It's quite good. I
Yeah.
mean, even for something that is a day old, it still tastes fairly fresh.
Wonderful. All right.
It is
I like
delightful.
it.
Okay. And is Ilindir going to be doing anything while Rizzy powders her nose?
Not at the moment. I'm still pondering hunters.
Yeah, why
What
did
it
the hunter
is.
go on the roof? Yeah,
Yes.
tis fair, tis fair. You do not have the brain cell. The brain cell is
No.
not for you.
No. Basically, by the time Rizzy comes back, there's this audible, oh. It's the monkey? Question. Just the processing buffering time needed to happen.
Yeah, Rizzy isn't sure at first if Ilindir is saying, like, "Oh, Rizzy, you're not a crab, you're a monkey, aren't you?" And just guilty as charged.
Okay, Rizzy is a crab and monkey did it. I'm there.
I love it.
There we go.
All right. Off to the hunter's house.
Okay. Unrelated, I've got my pumpkin spice cider because it is absolute fall season and it is very good.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Delightful.
It is a delightful autumn beverage. Okay. So, you make your way back through the town, stepping over some chickens. Gonna need Let's see, who is it gonna target? That's going to be Maldev. Maldev, make a dex save.
+4.
Okay. You dodge a water balloon that a small child was throwing.
I mean, I feel like the crabs almost would have been excited had it hit me. So if it hits near me on the ground, a couple of them probably scurry over next to it and kind of like
It's
oh,
like a
water.
little bird bath. They splash
Yeah.
around in it. And then you see a few little elf and half-elf children hiding behind one of the little stalls, giggling.
I'm imagining the water balloon hit like Ilandir's shield, like, and the crabs are now just bathing in the
Yeah,
water. Oh,
they're living for this, man. They love this
Right.
little water balloon.
Love it, absolutely.
I give him that look of disapproving adult that also found this funny. Just
Nice.
that kind of.
I love it.
Okay.
Everyone deserves to have fun at the festival, so yeah, they smirk
Yeah.
at him.
Okay.
Always glad for a little bath for the crabs.
yeah, Rizzy is probably a little overwhelmed just how many, just, back home, not a lot of kids, not playing like this anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm probably enamored with the fact there's lots of children playing.
Yeah,
there were not a lot of children where I'm from either, and so that was something I always kind of wished for. I'm still pretty young, so it's not that long ago that I was a child with no other children to play with. So.
Aw. So we have a lot of like indoor kids here.
Yeah, Rizzy was definitely
Yeah.
formative experiences of somebody who spent most waking hours studying.
Yeah, I was a hardcore outside kid, just all alone,
Aw.
playing
Yeah.
with crabs and bugs and like.
All my friends are crustaceans.
Right.
Studied balloon, and then there was embroidery, and there was I helped out the shop, and not a whole lot of interactions.
So does anybody here have a plus to their charisma score?
Oh
I
no.
I do have proficiency in persuasion because I was
+1.
none of us are charisma casters, so
Yeah. So we have a bunch of awkward turtles here. Got it. Okay. Okay. This is adorable. I love it.
Yeah, I'm either overly suspicious or overly friendly. There's no in between.
Yeah.
yeah.
Easily distracted.
I almost went creation bard, but I was like, that's. It's funny to have a flying sword companion, but
That is very fun. Yeah. Okay.
might be threatening to people.
Yeah. In ways that a swarm of tiny blue crabs are not. Okay. So you make your way over to a house that matches the description that Burial gave you. She kind of explains what it looks like. It's like a little log cabin with like leaves on the roof and everything. And you make your way over. It's this one here. I moved your icons.
Okay. All right.
And you see that there are indeed more monkeys than usual around this house. And
Okay.
and it has a lot of leaves on the ground and branches and brambles.
Anyone at home do we see like any smoke out of the smokestack or lights on?
You don't see either of those, but it is daytime in the summer, so that is not necessarily the best indicator.
Okay. I'd like to just take like not a couple steps forward, not really approach the door completely, but then just kind of watch the monkeys' reaction as I approach their properties slowly.
A few of them look at you, and one of them kind of scurries over towards you. Let's see how the monkey reacts. Where exactly are you going on the property? Towards the
I'd
door?
like to make towards the door, just not like quickly. Just kind of slowly gauging the property and walking towards the door.
Okay, they seem to be watching you from the rooftops,
Okay.
but not not necessarily like hostile or aggravated or anything.
Okay, they're not like hooting and hollering or anything.
I mean, they're screeching, but they're monkeys. They're going to do that.
Okay, just
Let
checking.
me
Just
actually
checking.
put some monkeys on the map.
There's no sign that says warning guard monkeys or anything.
No, there is not a sign about guard monkeys.
Okay, all right.
None of the monkeys have spiked collars and
Yeah.
Little leather jackets, tough guys.
pulling out
Tough
little.
monkeys.
It might be a switchblade. It might be a comb. It's not clear at this distance.
I would like to. Let's see. Okay, that we were told the monkeys like shiny things, so I would kind of like to maybe take out like a single copper piece and kind of like flick it up and towards maybe not quite the door, but just into the yard and see like how they react a little bit. Like,
Okay. One of the monkeys immediately hops off the roof and pounces and scurries after it
okay,
and holds it in his little monkey hands and then climbs back up onto the roof, disappearing
Okay.
over the roof onto some other part of the house.
okay. I would actually like to go around the other side of the house
Okay.
and kind of see where that monkey is going with his treasure.
Okay. Roll me a perception or survival check with advantage.
Okay. Let's go survival. That's my bread and butter.
Ooh, nice. Plus like 4 or 5 or something.
Yeah, +4. So
Nice. Okay. You see that the monkey goes into this little, almost like, it's not a lean-to, but it's a bunch of sticks that's leaned up against the house, covered with leaves, and it goes in there. And you can see that, there's several monkeys that are in that little area.
okay. Can I sort of approach that area and then maybe crouch down to see any better behind that stick kind of
Okay.
wall, if you will?
Are you going to try and do anything to appease the monkeys? Because as you get closer, they start to screech a little bit.
I was gonna say, so this is obviously, yeah, kind of like, so yes, I guess I don't know if I have any pie or anything left. Maybe like any kind of like bread I may have with me, like a ration. Just
I'll
kind
say
of
that
place
you
that
have.
on my
I'll say that you
hands.
have some rations. And Eliza, you were going to say
Yeah.
something?
And maybe kind of.
Yes, I was curious if the visibility issue was due to it being dark, like into the lean-to.
It is a little dark in there, but you can actually see a very faint glow coming from within.
And
Okay.
Okay.
yeah,
The
Rizzy-
reason I was asking is I have the ability to pass along a version of sight. I forget which one right now, but
Okay, like seeing in dim light or something, or
yeah.
okay, dark vision. And we have like an all elf, half elf party, so you all have dark vision, which is really convenient for
Yeah.
me as a DM. So
Right.
thank you for that.
You're welcome. Anytime.
and
Yeah, no, I was just assuming I can probably see better if I actually just get to like maybe a wider spot. It sounds like they're
Okay.
kind of like leaned up against a house, so maybe if I just kind of crouch down. Also thought, again, animal handling is kind of something that I'd be a little more well versed in. So I'm hoping this
Okay.
is by leaning down, it's also more of a just non-confrontational.
Okay, yeah, you
position,
could
since
certainly
I'm
make an
pretty freaking
animal
tall.
handling check. Yeah, you can make
Right.
an
Okay.
animal
and,
handling.
Yeah.
and Rizzy is passing you the olive bread.
Okay,
Okay,
so I will
great,
say
yeah.
that you have advantage because Rizzy is helping by giving you the olive bread, which is delicious and fresh baked. Okay,
Well, a
19 plus
19 was the
4.
better. My animal handling is a 4.
Yeah, so yeah, the monkeys come over and they wag their little monkey tails, and one of them grabs. Do you break the? I assume that you break up the bread in little pieces and start
Yeah,
feeding them.
So
and
that there's enough for multiple monkeys. Yeah, definitely.
the monkeys seem amenable to this, and you
Okay.
can see in, and you can see that there is a bunch of stuff in here. Make me a perception check or investigation check. I'll say you could roll one with advantage, or we can do again. You roll perception, and Rizzy will roll investigation. So your choice.
Yeah, I'm good. Perception is a solid for me, so I'll do a perception check if you want to do some investigating, Rizzy.
Sure.
Rizzy owns the brain
Ow.
cell.
That wasn't very good. Dang it! I still got a +4, so it's a 10, but it's not great.
Okay. So you can't see a whole lot because there's a lot of sticks and leaves cluttering the area. But Rizzy kind of steps forward a little bit while the monkeys are, you know, okay with you guys. And you see that there is not just a bunch of food in here, like you see all sorts of fruits that are half eaten and mushrooms and stuff that might have been plucked out of the stew, even based on the sogginess. And you see, interestingly enough, a scimitar that glows faintly in this bluish hue. Some assorted small coinage and a few bits of jewelry. And indeed, probably about 2 to 3 dozen half-eaten cookies.
Gonna try to fish out the scimitar and maybe scoop one of the cookies out with it.
Okay, make a, so you can either make a stealth check while the monkeys are distracted or make an animal handling check to try and raid their loot. But regardless, this would be at disadvantage.
Okay. And probably be difficult to stealth and guidance myself. So
Yeah, I will say you do not have time to guidance yourself.
How many monkeys are we dealing with right here?
You can see about 6, 7 monkeys.
Okay.
Okay, so 11. The monkeys turn around and notice, and they start screeching and screaming and hollering. And
Ugh.
and you hear some rummaging from inside of the shack.
Okay.
And then the door flies open, and you see a middle-aged wood elf. And he runs over. Let me grab his mini.
I moved to intercept.
Okay, so let me move you on the map. You are here. There's monkeys here, and then Rizzy is here. Where is Illandir in all of this?
I would have been with them, but they're closer to being within that little lean-to. I would have been outside of it. And
Okay.
seeing this person approach, I would react to get between them.
Okay, and the door flies open, and you see Mayrin, the monkey master.
Oh, friend.
Yes. Hello. I kind of excitedly attempt to greet him, even though we're obviously fucking with his monkeys.
Oh, you get away from my monkeys!
And I as he says that, I definitely approach him. I walk away from the monkeys towards him, and I'm like, "Oh, you must be Mayrin. It's so nice to meet you. I've heard so many things about your monkeys, but it appears they may have taken something that belongs to a friend of mine."
They haven't taken anything that doesn't belong to us. After what this village has done to me.
Oh no.
Oh, what has this village done to you? I really want this guy to monologue while Rizzy's doing whatever Rizzy's doing back there.
Okay. So what is Rizzy going to do while this guy goes on his villain monologue?
Rizzy was able to grab a cookie, right? Or
I'll say that you were able to grab a cookie, but not without alerting the monkeys.
right. And the scimitar, do you think she probably dropped it like a hot potato, or
I
had
don't know.
to...
Up to you. I'll say you can have the glowy scimitar if you want.
I mean, I might sort of kind of slide it, like, put my hands behind my back, kind of toss it in the general direction of maybe near some foliage close to
Okay.
Maladov.
So make a sleight of hand check while he is monologuing about how this village doesn't appreciate him and how they maligned him and they just keep shaming him and ignoring him after he brought the monkeys to do such a good deed for this town. This is how they repay him.
Do I hit like a nearby chicken or something?
Yeah, you fling it and you almost decapitate a chicken.
Oh god.
No,
It's going good.
not again.
I will roll just because I know I'm doing a deception here in that it's engaged listening. I'm
Okay.
egging this person on to keep going.
Okay.
So.
I will say you can do deception or performance, your choice.
Let me see if performance is any. It's the same either way.
Yeah,
for me.
none of you are
so-
charisma. Yes.
Yeah, I was to say, who's got charisma? Come on.
Nobody.
Oh,
It's gonna
Lord.
make this
No,
campaign really
I'm
fun.
I'm running off of wisdom of I don't want what's happening here to notice this.
Right.
That's
Okay.
Oh no.
He says,
It's a
and
full
as he's monologuing, he sees that you are kind of trying to distract him, and he notices that Rizzy has gotten one of the things from the monkey's loot crate, I guess, and chucked it. And he says, "Rise, my children! We will fight off these invaders." I need you all to roll
Oh,
initiative.
God.
You have pissed off the monkey man, and it's time for me to show off my dice of the day. I just got these from a Kickstarter. These are from Elderwood Academy. This is my first set of gemstone/glass dice, and they are very small and very pretty
Oh,
and
my
very
gosh.
tiny, and I love them, and I want to crunch them, and they are the most delicious math candy.
Oh
And
my gosh, they're beautiful.
and even cuter, they came in this itty bitty spellbook box. This is not
I love
sponsored at all. I spent far too much money on these dice, and they are adorable, and it was very well spent. So that
They're
is the
so
dice
cute.
of the day. That is the dice
I
of the
love
day.
the shiny.
with
The math candies.
advantage because of vigilant blessing on this.
Ooh, okay.
Come. Alright, let's see what I got here too.
So that's going to be a total of 17 for me.
Okay.
Ow.
Now-
I guess I'm a 9. Hmm.
Okay. Let me pull up the stats for this guy. Okay, so that is a 16. Okay. And then we have what was your total for Maladov?
9.
9. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I put the crab instead of you.
Oh.
It happens. Yeah.
We're easily mistaken.
Yes.
And
Where's
here's
the
my dice
crabs?
bag,
Yeah.
for the record. Sorry.
Ooh, nice. And then
Couldn't find it last time, but
and then what was Ilandir's initiative roll?
17 in total.
Okay, 17. Nice. As you see the monkeys start to go towards their master and start climbing onto him, and there's probably about a dozen monkeys that he has called forth, and he essentially is clad in monkeys, becoming almost like this monkey mecha man.
Oh no.
That's the Crab Queen versus the Monkey King.
Yeah.
Is, this is
I like the
stuff,
dynamic there, yeah.
this is stuff of ancient Chinese myth right here.
Yeah. Okay. So, first, you see this happening. Rizzy, you are up. What would you like to do?
Well, let's see here. I think we can always maybe find a cleric and get some answers after the Monkey King is roasted, if as needed. I'm probably in melee, right, or like within 5 to 10 feet of this Monkey King. I'm guessing.
On the map, I'm going to say that he is on this side of the house. So he's like over here. You are not within
Okay.
melee mode. He has called the monkeys over from the stash to his side of the house as they kind of jump off the roof onto him, building up the monkey mecha man.
Okay.
I'm actually going to make him
Riz-
bigger. Because he is now size large.
And in George.
Yes.
Rizzy's probably going to move towards him if she can reach him.
Okay, yeah, you have enough movement. Especially if you use your climb speed.
Yeah. yeah, standing on the side of the building awkwardly, just like 2 feet off the ground, and she's holding up her shield, and with her crystal, she is holding it out, whispering by the words of the trust, and she is going to use her Eldritch Cannon's
Ooh.
flamethrower as a bonus action,
Okay.
as best she can to not cause a forest fire.
Okay. So,
So,
let me grab some things for you. I'm going to give you. Is this a cone or a line that it creates of fire?
it's a 15-foot cone.
Okay. Let me get
I
a cone
can-
for you.
I could try to designate it, maybe if I'm like 5 feet up on the side of the wall, designate it above the tree line if
Yeah.
possible, but still
Okay.
able to hit this lodge.
Yeah. Now, did you say it was 15 feet or 30 feet?
15 feet.
Okay. I can give you control of this here fire. Okay. So I have created this cone of fire that you can probably control.
Yeah, I think so. So I can try to do it at this angle, maybe.
Okay. Cool.
And it's a dexterity saving throw. Dex save. Oh, 13. DC.
Okay. 13 DC. I'm going to use this green die here for this guy. And that is big ol' 13.
Okay, so let me see if is it half damage or no damage? It's half damage on
Okay.
a success. So let me add that real quick. That. So it's only 7.
Okay, 7 points.
I don't know if the monkeys would need to roll a save, or if it's all just if they're all one thing.
I am counting them all as one large unit.
Ooh,
The man is the monkey. The monkey is the man.
Ah,
Because I was going
They
to try
become
something,
one.
and I don't know if that affects it.
Okay.
And I have foolishly gotten myself into melee, I'm guessing. So
Yes, you are within melee of this dude, indeed.
I'm gonna try to do this in a way that hopefully my friends will not notice. But Rizzy is going to kind of gesture forward without a weapon in her hand and make an attack, sort of maybe doing, maybe further cementing the possibility that she might be a monkey and bite this this big boy.
Okay. Are you going to try and act like a monkey?
Yeah, I'm gonna make a monkey
Okay.
screech.
Okay, so
And
make a
then-
performance check
Okay.
as a free action.
Okay. Good screech, bad chorp attempt.
Your chorp was indeed a miss because you were just getting so in character. You're going full method with the monkey.
Mm-hmm.
You make a very, very convincing monkey sound. A few of the monkeys that make up the monkey mecha form turn and look at you briefly, almost in respectful recognition.
Oh, well, job well done. That's my turn though.
Okay. Elendir, you're up.
Okay. I have a shenanigan thing, and it wasn't a shenanigan thing until I mentioned that it counts as one creature.
Okay. So what is the shenanigan?
I want to use the first level spell sleep
Okay.
on this.
Oh.
and see if I can mess with its ability to be a mech by taking out some of the monkeys.
Okay, that is indeed shenanigan-y, but
Yeah.
okay. I will say that you are able to. I'll say that you're able to target how many HP? I'll say that
I would roll
it would weaken the mecha
5d8.
monkey. Yeah, it would make
Yeah.
it weaken the mecha monkey's stats significantly if you were to do that.
Yeah. Okay. So at first level, it's 5d8, I believe.
Okay.
Is the verbal component "hush, little monkey"?
It is now.
Okay. This is canon. You sing a monkey lullaby.
Okay. I'm a little unfamiliar with 5e, so forgive me for the question. I roll the d20 first on this, or what is? How do I go about this?
You just
the
roll
5d8.
Okay.
the 5d8. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a handful magic missiles, another one that you just roll.
Yeah, I'm double checking
Yeah.
my numbers real quick. 5d8 is the total of how many hit points of creatures this can affect.
Yes.
So,
Okay,
up to
28. So I will say that you can target. That will be 3 monkeys. So 3 monkeys fall off of him, taking a little nap.
Okay.
So
Fall
he's
asleep,
still.
false unconscious until the spell ends. The sleeper takes damage, or someone uses an action to shake or slap the sleeper awake.
Okay. So I will say that his AC and HP have decreased because the monkey mecha has lost some of its monkeys.
Okay. As a bonus action, I am going to utilize a concentration spell,
Okay.
and it's going to be Shield of Faith on Rizzy,
Okay.
which will raise your AC by 2 for the duration that I can keep it
Ooh.
up.
Very cool.
I think with spells though, you can only do one non-cantrip
one per turn?
spell.
Oh, right. That
So
is true.
You can
yeah.
do you can
Okay.
do 2 cantrips. You can do 1 cantrip, 1 level spell.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, and that's something that I'm willing to alter with homebrewery later on if you want. When you reach higher levels,
no.
though, but at level 3, it's definitely rules is written for that.
It's
No,
a
that
fi-
makes sense.
It's a
I'm
5e
still
thing.
learning
Yeah.
how. Yeah.
yeah, and
I'm
it
coming
doesn't.
from 4e, and the magic system is completely different.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it's a
yeah.
5e thing that doesn't have any explanation.
Yeah,
other
it's
than
just. Yeah, I
stats.
think it's just a balance thing. Yeah. So that way you can't be
Yeah,
like,
okay.
I cast a 9th level healing word and an 8th level
Well,
wish or whatever. I don't know. That's not an 8th level
instead,
spell, but you know.
what I can do is use my bonus to pull my shield out to raise my own AC.
Okay,
and
that you
then
can do.
move up on the
Okay, indeed you can. That is certainly something you could do. Okay. Next up goes the Monkey Master. And he is going to he's going to do 2 melee attacks with his mighty monkey fists. One at each of the 2 people who are in melee with him. The one that he goes at Rizzy, he's kind of put off by the whole thing, so he just slams the ground with a monkey curled around his arm. And then the other one, he goes to hit Illindir, and that monkey just clobbers you in the head. That is a 23 to hit. And
okay, you hit.
yeah, he rolled real high. And you take this die and this die. You take 7 points of bludgeoning damage. And that is his turn. And he says, you will leave us alone. You're not even from this town. You don't even go here.
we care about Nana
We just love cookies.
Okay. Maladove, you're up.
All right, so Maladove is over here. She is going to take her action speed here and kind of come up here. Oh, the crabs also move with us, but let's see.
Yep.
So 5, 10, 15, 20. Let's see. I put myself. We're gonna end up about here so that we can give him a good smack. So,
Okay.
and two things, and help me make sure I'm doing this right as well, but I can cast Ensnaring Strike as a bonus action.
Okay.
So I'd like to do that before I attempt to hit him with my quarterstaff. So Ensnaring Strike, and let's see here, it is... he has to beat my spell save DC with a save, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's, I think,
let's
after
see.
you hit.
Yeah. So you have to roll to hit
After
first.
So
yeah.
Okay, so beautiful. So we'll roll to hit real quick here with my quarterstaff.
Ooh. Okay.
Nothing good happens.
So you
I
go to
swing
hit
my
with your,
quarterstaff.
you swing your quarterstaff, and one of the monkeys that is kind of clenching onto his chest grabs it with its tail and kind of swooshes it around, and you're knocked off balance a little bit. You still have your bonus
Okay.
action.
So, well, I think my bonus action to do Ensnaring Strike first, because I would have had to cast
Oh
it
yeah,
before
yeah, you're right. Okay,
hitting.
so
But my crabby boys
okay,
do get their chance to act as well during my turn, and they
Okay.
move me 5 feet away from this guy.
and he
They are
doesn't get
able to
attack
move
of
me.
and he doesn't get an attack of opportunity.
He may. I'm actually a little unfamiliar with how these guys work. It doesn't really say anything about it.
Let me
it
see.
just says, you are moved by the swarm 5 feet in a direction of your choice, and it has to be immediately after you hit a creature with an attack.
Oh, you didn't hit with an attack, so that would not.
Oh, I didn't hit him. That's right. So
Yeah.
it doesn't affect the. Damn it.
Yeah, and I think you still Ensnaring Strike only ends if they succeed on the save, so you can still concentrate on it for
Yeah,
the next
so I'll
turn.
say that you're
Okay.
you're concentrating on that. But yeah, you are still within melee of Monkey Man.
Let's see. Yeah, go ahead. And then I was trying to read this too because I'm unfamiliar with the Swarm Keeper too. Is just make sure there's nothing
Yeah.
that can help me do.
Yeah, the swarm is really fun.
Ranger stuff is weird. It's
It
different from
is.
everybody else.
It's
Yeah,
very strange.
Ranger in 5e is definitely a weird class, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Anything
attacks
else you would like to
target
do?
takes- So it does look like maybe they would be able to at least attempt to hit the target with a single d6, maybe. The attack's target takes 1d6 piercing damage from the swarm. It doesn't have any other...
It still
notes
says
about it.
immediately after you hit a creature with an attack. So
Oh, it is
unfortunately,
after I
no.
hit. So yeah.
So it's more like
your
your attacks
If
do
it's
1d.
successful, they are able to do
Yeah.
something additional.
Yeah, like
so,
if
okay.
you're able to hit, it pretty much deals an extra d6
I
damage.
just want my crabs to do something.
Yeah, the 5e rule of thumb there is make an attack means an attempt versus hit with an attack.
Yeah.
Means it's a very, like with barbarians, they only have to
Right.
make an attack. They don't have to actually hit somebody to keep
Right.
raging. So.
Yeah.
Right.
I will say that your crabs flipping him off would be a free action, though.
Okay, and they are. For
Okay.
sure.
Awesome. Okay. So your crabs are enraged.
As
Okay.
best they can be.
Okay, Rizzy, you're up.
Okay. Where is the scimitar, by the way? I'm guessing, like, where's
Uh,
this nearly beheaded chicken?
Let me just do a little doot here. I will say that the scimitar is like kind of over here-ish.
Well, Rizzy might gesture to Maladove. Maybe the scimitar might help if your crabs can reach it. But
As you
Rizzy
wish.
is. I mean, it's an idea. It's not
Nice.
necessarily a good one, but
I like it. I like it.
I am going to maybe walk around here.
You are all in melee, so you would get an attack of opportunity. I mean, you would take an attack of opportunity from this guy if you try and run away.
If I moved around without leaving melee range.
Oh, if you stay within melee, you're fine.
Well, yeah. The big thing is I want to do my fire thing again, but make sure I don't hit any of my friends. Can
Okay.
I do that from like here, like there, right here to be exact?
Yeah, I'll say that he's only really taking up these bottom two spaces.
Okay. So could I move
So-
to here without and hit him maybe like that?
Would your yeah, I'll say you could do that. But you would wake
It's a
up
cone, right?
Yeah, it is a cone. But you would wake up all of the sleeping monkeys that are under him.
Well, I mean, unless these monkeys are very buff monkeys, they might just wake up on fire.
Okay. Oh no.
So, willing to, sorry monkeys, but somebody has to be the king of the jungle. So,
Okay.
yep, there's another flamethrower as bonus action.
Okay. So let me roll. It's a dex save, I believe. Ooh, nat 2.
Well, 9 damage.
Okay.
Not my big roll, but
Okay.
I'm gonna take another chorp, I think.
Okay.
Or actually, how's this Monkey King looking?
He's holding together, but some of the monkeys are singed and have started to run away. So I'm saying that he's down 4 monkeys total now.
I mean, obviously we have the evidence. We don't know the whole story, but pretty much caught red-handed. I might just do a thunder wave. I think same
Okay.
position. Monkey thunder! I yell as I thunder wave.
Okay. Now is Thunder Wave centered on you, or can you choose a point for it to be the center?
I think if it's centered on me, will I hit my friends or?
Yes, you would.
Okay. Well, it's the same. I think it's the same as the flamethrower. Because the flamethrower emanates from me or from my construct.
Oh, okay. Well, if you have it centered on your construct, then I'll say it's fine.
Okay.
You could have it affect the same area, so just the monkeys and the monkey man.
Yeah. So it's a con save.
Con save. Okay.
Ricardo Montalban save. For con.
Okay, that is a dirty 20.
So just half damage. So just
Okay.
3 more damage. 12 altogether.
Okay. Okay, so you're slowly chipping away at this guy's health.
And that's me.
Cool. Okay. Okay, so yeah, he's looking kind of beat up, but he's still trying to hold together, and he orders his monkeys to stay with him. Do not disobey me. No. Okay. Ilandir, you're up.
Okay. I think. Did not prep that. Okay. So. I had a plan and then I realized that plan doesn't work because I didn't prep that spell.
Ah,
So.
cleric
Keeping
problems.
myself honest. Yep, cleric problems.
Been there. Definitely been there.
Mm-hmm. We will go with this instead. Okay. For my attack action, I am going to utilize my hammer, I believe.
Okay.
So, because I want to keep my spell open as a bonus.
Okay.
Getting my stats up so I know what I'm doing. +3.
Yeah, that definitely hits. Roll your damage.
And this is +1 for a total of 7 bludgeoning.
Okay, 7 bludgeoning. You manage to whack another monkey off of him as it goes scurrying away.
Fantastic. Okay. And then you're going to utilize a bonus concentration spell following up. Still can't because I am counting on a I don't think I've gotten yet. No. Because I am utilizing my shield and my hammer at this time, my hands are not free to be able to cast the spell I wanted to cast. I passed her.
Oh, okay. Right, you got to take the Warcaster feat when you level up.
That's the plan, but I don't have it at this time to be able to.
Okay. I will say that if you want, you can put down your shield if you want as your bonus action.
Okay, as part of
Or
this?
as a free action actually, and then do your bonus action, but your AC will reduce by 2.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that because
Okay.
then I'd be able to utilize Shield of Faith on one of my allies to help them out.
Okay. Who would you like to shield?
Rizzy seemed like they had a plan where they needed to get out of range, so I'm gonna go Rizzy.
Okay. So Rizzy, you are Shield of Faith. What does it look like when you Shield of Faith?
It's got this moonlight, almost aurora shimmer to it.
Ooh. Very cool. Very cool. Okay, so you are concentrating, and Rizzy, you are shielded. You are kind of in this kind of moon glow bubble. Okay. Monkey Man is gonna go. He's gonna do 2 more monkey fist attacks. Okay, and that is against Maladov. That is a 16 to hit.
Yeah, that's a hit.
Okay. And against Rizzy, that is a whopping 11. So I think that misses.
Yeah, I
Okay.
got an 18. So.
Yeah, nice. Okay. So Maladov, you take 8 points of bludgeoning damage as a monkey hurls down on you, and you hear some little crab shells start to crack.
My babies!
And then he's going to use his bonus action to rally his monkeys. And he is going to summon forth more monkeys and try and intimidate some of the ones who have run off. And he gains 1 monkey. Only one of them listens to him. So his AC does not really go up by much or anything. Okay. Maladov, you're up.
Okay, I would like to... Well, let's start off by just trying to get him a good hit again here. I think I should still have Ensnaring Strike.
Yes, you do.
So let's just give it a whirl. Let's see.
Ooh. If you want, you can use
Rolling.
physical dice, because these virtual dice really hate you.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're so bad.
Yeah,
I don't
you
have
have-
any in this room with me today,
Oh.
so
Okay.
I'll have to live with next time though, definitely. 'Cause
Okay,
I trust
okay.
them a lot more.
Yeah.
Yeah, so unfortunately, just does not work out for me again.
Oh, darn.
I don't necessarily want to move out of this area per se, but yeah, I'm gonna have to call it there for this turn and see how this goes.
Okay. 'Tis fair. Okay, Rizzy, you're up. You are Shield of Faith.
Okay.
Sleepy puppies.
I'm going to go ahead and... The scimitar? I mean, maybe it's a lucky scimitar. Who knows? Might be worth grabbing, so I can take an attack of opportunity to run over there, grab it, and run back.
Okay. He will indeed take another monkey swing at you. Oh, that's cocked. Oh, that landed on. That is a total of 23.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that is. Oh, only 4 points of damage.
Ruin my day. Gonna go ahead. Is picking up the sword a free action? in this
Yeah, that's a
case?
free action.
Okay.
And you now have a really cool scimitar.
Maybe sort of hold it out to either Ilindir or Maladov. Maybe. I'm not a sword person. Rizzy's probably holding it kind of gingerly between her index finger and probably the blade end between
no.
her index finger and her thumb.
Yeah, it's kind of like emitting the soft kind of bluish moonlight in the
Does it seem to
in the
upset the
twilight
Monkey
glow.
King holding this blade out, like rubbing his nose in it?
Make an insight check as part of your free action.
Okay. Let's see here.
Okay. Sorry, I had to go to a different tab. 11. I mean, he just looks pissed off in general. You best with his monkeys. He does not like you.
Maybe we could throw the sword, get some of the monkeys off her back. But I'm definitely gonna move back in. Gonna do my fire thing if I can without hitting anyone.
I will say sure, yeah. So that's another dex save from him.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna use my special sparkly die. Ah, he critted! So half damage.
Yep, just 6
Okay,
fire.
6 points. You're slowly chipping away at him.
then
The
go
monkeys,
ahead.
the monkeys that were originally on the floor, have since all scattered and run. They are the ones that were originally asleep. Yeah, they have left this fight.
A man with no monkeys. Is that
Yeah,
even a man at
he's
all?
down. True, or he is just a man. So he's looking quite weakened at this point without his extra monkeys guarding him.
Well, I think I might just have to take another chomp. Or
Okay.
try.
Go for Chormp.
Let's see here. 22.
Yeah, that's a Chormp.
Okay. 5 piercing, and let me double check my chomp.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know what happened when I clicked Chormp, but okay. That's cool. Chormp.
I regain all my hit points.
Ooh, very cool. Very, very cool. That is very
Fancy.
cool.
Rizzy is very confused because this is. She like looks sidelong. Like, you made of books by chance? I don't. Never mind. Anyway.
He just kind of looks at you with fury in his eyes.
That's her turn.
Okay. Ilindir, you're up.
Okay. Try for something fancy and then barring that, buckle down. Let's see. So, I am going to reach out for a melee spell attack. Inflict wounds.
Okay. Be cool, be cool.
So this one, I believe I did roll.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a melee touch attack.
Yes. Okay, 7 plus my spell attack bonus of 5 gets me up to 12.
That is still a miss. Even without all of the monkeys on him, he still has some that are able to kind of deflect, and he's still wearing some armor underneath.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
With that being failed, I'm reducing my... I have a countdown die over here so I can keep track of my spells.
Ah, that's smart.
Yeah. And I will. I can continue my concentration and put my shield back on. Great.
Yes, you can.
Okay. We will do that and end my turn.
Okay. Time for the monkey man. He's going to, he's pissed at Rizzy. He's going to take one swing at her and one swing at Maladov. Since you look like you are the least armored. And that is 2 14s. So does a 14 hit either of you?
Yes.
Okay. So
I'm not wildly armored by any means.
yes, I have noticed. So that is another 4 points of damage.
Okay.
And then
That is
he's
good to know
going to
for me, though, 'cause I
and then
might have
he
made a different choice.
yes, and then
Yeah,
he's
I
going
do. I remember my clothes are lame.
Okay. So the monkeys, he's going to order his monkeys, stop just standing around, you useless fools. Do something. And one of the monkeys is going to chuck a coconut at Rizzy. And that is a 19 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So you take a
Bonk.
whole 4 points of damage from a coconut being thrown.
You say
Actually-
trunk, he says bonk.
Yeah. Actually, does a 19 hit with your Shield of Faith up?
Yeah, because I have hide armor plus a shield plus shield of faith, so it's just
Okay.
18.
Okay, I wasn't sure if 18 was with Shield of Faith or just, basic. Okay. So, Maldov, you're up.
Okay, so, Maldov would like to, I think I can do this, cast the Hunter's Mark before I attempt to hit him this time, because I think
Indeed
my
you
other
can.
spell is kind of towards, but Hunter's Mark, and I do need to roll to hit that, is that, or not?
You still have to roll to hit with your strike. But Hunter's Mark
Okay.
you can do regardless.
And obviously, we all know who I'm putting this mark on, so
Oh, yeah.
yeah. Let's see what we got here. Finally, something
Yes,
worth my while.
that is a hit, even without your
Okay,
modifiers.
Right, so I thwack him with my quarterstaff and with the extra 1d6 for, let's see, so 2d6. And then I get a plus 3 to the quarterstaff. So I've got a 9.
Yeah.
Should hit
And
with.
is that extra d6 from your Hunter's Mark or from your Swarm?
Correct. It is it's from the Hunter's Mark. Oh, and then the Swarm can now do
Yeah.
1d6 of piercing. So
Or
let's
you
roll
can
that.
get out from that with
I
your...
think I'm going to utilize him for the damage. I think that's a
Okay.
better call. So I do want to do 1d6 of piercing.
Okay.
So 2. So 11 total.
Okay. So your crabs crawl up your seashell staff, and as you bonk, little pincers chomp at him, and one of the monkeys yelps in pain as it gets pinched by little crabby boys, and scurries away and runs away from this guy. So he's down to 2 monkeys.
Okay.
Okay. Anything
And
else
that
you
is
would
my
like to
turn,
do? Okay.
yeah. No.
Rizzy, you're up.
Okay. Maybe could it be a free action to get rid of the sword? I mean, I could just throw it, I guess. Maybe
Yeah.
to see if those 2 monkeys will chase after it.
Okay,
Ooh.
sure. Yeah, you can make for free a persuasion or performance check,
Okay.
and I will roll against their the monkey masters. Monkey masters
I
animal
forgot you were
handling.
holding that.
Yeah,
Oh, good. 22.
Okay.
Throwing it.
one of the monkeys.
Throwing.
One of the monkeys goes after it as you have yeeted the scimitar. It is V shiny,
Yeah.
and the monkeys are
Well-
very distractible.
Yeah, I'm kind of imagining I threw it like boing against like towards the top of the thatched roof, so it would
Okay,
run
yeah.
and climb up.
Yeah, so I will put the monkey there. Okay.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and do some more. How about some fire? Monkey King Scarecrow.
Okay. Okay, so that is another dex save from Monkey Man. And that is a success. So he takes 4 damage.
Okay. And then
He's
I
looking
think...
rough. He's looking roasty. His monkeys are abandoning him.
Roasty,
I'm all
'cause-
alone. No monkeys here beside me.
I think I'll do another chorp. Might as well.
Okay. And remember, some of you do have inspiration that you could burn.
Okay, I might chomp inspiration.
Just a reminder.
Chomp inspiration.
Could be fun to inspiration.
Yeah,
See if I
that 20 chorp does. Okay, so yeah, you have burnt it, and you indeed get 1 chorp. And it is a pretty solid chorp.
Just should just be 5.
Okay, 5 points. You chorp into him, and he yells, "What the fuck is wrong with you?"
Rizzy screeches again like a monkey.
Okay.
Mixed
Monkey
messages.
Monkey see, monkey do.
No, I love it. You're screeching like a monkey. I'm like, she's a crab.
Crab monkeys from the north, you know.
Crab monkeys.
Name of the episode right there.
Crab
Okay.
monkeys.
So he's looking really rough. He's bleeding. He's toasted. He's burnt. He's pissed. Okay. Illindir.
Rizzy might...
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh.
Rizzy was just going to be like, we can keep this up, or you can tell us your master plan before we
Okay.
hand you over to the authorities. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Illindir, you're up.
Okay. I am going to go for a hammer attack again.
Okay.
But given how low this person is, I think this person needs help. I don't think this is a kill it and solve it situation. So I'm gonna call non-lethal damage on this hit.
Okay. Okay. That is a hit.
Fantastic. And I believe D8. Still learning. Yes.
Okay, 6
Plus one
points.
bludgeoning.
Okay, so 7. Okay. He's looking really rough and he's holding on. And he has 1 monkey just standing on his shoulder. At this point, he says, "Don't you abandon me too!" He's clutching his chest. Anything else you would like to do?
I'm going to take the last part of my turn to try a persuasion check to try to talk this guy down.
Okay,
Like,
you
I
can
know
do
it's
either
probably useless.
you can do persuasion or intimidation, your choice.
I'm much better off with persuasion.
Okay. So you're gonna go that route. Okay. Paragon, not renegade. Okay.
Okay, and I have a +3, so it's a 15.
Okay, 15. He says, "Fine." And he's going to call off the monkeys. He says, "Fine, you lot have abandoned me, just like this town. This is hopeless." And he's going to lean forward. You are out of combat.
Okay.
Look, man, this festival is all about community and coming together. If ever there was a day to find that feeling again, it's the Wandering Day.
Why do you think the community has abandoned you? Besides the obvious, I guess.
What obvious? I did so much good for them, bringing out these monkeys. I spent my coinage on these. I spent my time training them. And they repay me by shunning me and hating my monkeys and refusing to associate with them. They're incredible creatures, you know. Incredible creatures.
Sir, the monkeys are incredible, but maybe everyone doesn't view it quite the same. I mean, if you look inside their hutch, they obviously are taking treasures. Maybe not with malicious intent, but perhaps it's annoying people in the town?
What I find annoying is their treatment of me.
How are they treating you?
They blame me for everything that goes missing in this town, everything that goes wrong in this town. They blame me for the shortage of food, saying that I don't hunt enough anymore ever since I've gotten the monkeys. I've been too busy with them. Little do they know that the monkeys do so much for the hunt.
Do they?
You can insight check them. Or nature check, your choice.
Yeah, so say, I think, let's go insight,
Okay.
+2.
Okay, so
Still not good. I'm rolling like
okay,
crap.
yeah, these virtual dice really hate you, but Rizzy,
Yeah,
you're
they
able
do.
to you're able to glean that he may be a little self-inflated here. Let's be real. These monkeys are not very well trained, as you have seen.
Right.
And the pox. What about?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Monkey pox is
What
just it's no big deal. It's no big deal. It's never hurt anybody. I have gotten monkey pox half a dozen times, and I'm still fine.
What about the cobbler's wife?
Well, that was an outlier. I didn't have anything to do with that, I swear. And who knows where she could have gotten the monkey pox. She could have gotten it from somebody else's monkeys.
Yours are the only monkeys in town.
Do you know that? Do you really know that?
Well, every monkey we've seen in town has been of this particular species, so it would be a pretty good guess.
He kind of just looks at you with side eye. He says, "Well, you try wrangling monkeys and getting them to not do monkey things. It's not very easy."
No, it's
Well.
a hard job. It's a hard job. I'll grant you that. But
maybe if you could be more honest about how difficult the job is, the townsfolk would be more understanding and helpful.
And take responsibility maybe for things like the possible spreading of this pox.
Make a persuasion check. Since you're all working together, you have advantage rather.
Okay. Who's I can roll it.
that's great.
Yeah.
I got a 2, so if you're better at that.
I'll
Yeah.
do it. I'll
Okay,
do it.
sure. You are the face of the party. God help us. Moon
You're
Maiden.
one better.
Moon Maiden, take the wheel. Oh, nice. +3.
The crabs are
Like,
The crabs cheer. They're like, yeah.
yeah.
He says, I suppose. I mean, I'm just a humble hunter, and I didn't expect it to get this out of hand. I bought 3 monkeys. Now I have 36 monkeys. I didn't know how quickly they could multiply. Honestly, it's overwhelming. I wish that there was something I could do with these monkeys. Somebody who could take them off my hands or help me with them or something. How do you manage your swarm? And he turns to Maldov. Your crabs seem so well trained. And they're crabs, no offense, but my monkeys seem a lot smarter than your crabs would be.
Well, my crabs and me have a special bond. I mean, I treat them with respect. Do you feel that keeping these monkeys in this outdoor cage and sort of letting them do as they please is giving them that respect?
I never thought about it that way. And in the battle, you recall that he was speaking very harshly to his monkey friends. He was not very friendly to them.
As you've said, sir, they may have a little bit of intelligence here, and perhaps you've been hurting their feelings.
Oh, their feelings. It seems like he has never once thought about that in his life.
I maybe having my second thought of the day, so it kind of hurts a little bit. But I'm looking at Dove, and I'm like, you're better at this than I am. But wouldn't the monkeys be better suited for a different use? Or instead of hunting, maybe work with the other baker we met to help her get resources and forage. I don't.
Monkey
Like, you-
careers.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, and I kind of like turn back to the hunter as well, and like, maybe the monkeys do need different jobs. Maybe they would be better. They're obviously very good at collecting things.
I
Hmm.
never thought of that. I'm one of the huntsmasters here, and I never considered changing to being a forager. But when you put it that way, it actually kind of makes sense. I mean, they do seem pretty good at foraging. As he looks at the monkey that's wielding a very shiny light up scimitar and kind of checking its reflection and waving it around like a lightsaber. Another monkey comes around and starts trying to grab it. I mean, maybe I could try and train them to forage for mushrooms or berries or what have you.
I mean, you definitely have a way with them. And Rizzy's sort of under her breath, which is probably the only reason we're not just killing you and putting you in a bag and burying
Yeah.
you out of town.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they completely dislike you, sir. I do think that maybe you just need to find a different way to help to manage their abilities. You saw them all come together to help to defend you, so maybe if you can find something they're more interested in, you'll have a better time keeping all of them under control.
And
If
get
you're
some
able to.
help.
Yes, yes. Get a purpose for these monkeys, and while you're at it, maybe
Yes.
the local healers can try to synthesize some sort of treatment for the monkeypox, just for the sake of you and.
To have ready for everybody
Yes.
all the time.
Super
Aw.
simple. We covered
You
it
kinda-
earlier. A little bit of willow tree bark. Good to go.
That could work. Thank you. Thank you. I originally was very furious that you would come onto my property and mess with my things and mess with my monkeys, but, you know, you lot coming around here and messing up my stuff might just be the wandering day miracle that we all needed.
Let us
Thank
all
you.
live in the moment.
Yes, let us. Let us.
Now, sir, I would request, would you mind if I do try to take some of the cookies just to at least show the local baker what did happen to all of that hard work and effort that she put into those special cookies for this special day?
I mean, it's not up to me, it's up to the monkeys. Ask them. You can
I
make
kind
an
of
animal
like pull
handling
out some
check.
more rations and like
See,
look
see
at
if you could
for
barter
some
with the
food as
monkeys.
well,
Yeah,
and-
animal handling
yeah,
check with advantage.
I was gonna say I got a pretty good animal
Yeah.
handling on me too, so
And I
plus
can-
4
So that's a dirty
alone,
20. Yeah, so you have
Yeah.
advantage, but you already have a dirty 20. Let's see if you crit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It
I was gonna
figures
suggest-
now you're rolling good.
Right, thank goodness. So I know how to talk to animals, guys.
Yeah, you can speak with animals, can't you?
I believe.
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I do think that rangers do get to speak with animals spell eventually, so.
I think I do, but
Yeah.
at least for now, we know I'm relatively communicative with anything willing to accept it. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
these monkeys,
And
these monkeys, they can be reasoned with.
okay. So yeah, I'd like to kind of just approach, the area where all the cookies are and kind of barter with them there to maybe take as much as I can. Obviously, they're relatively half-eaten, but if I can gather up, a dozen or two
Gonna
of
go
what they
with
had in
this
there,
die.
so we at least can show it off.
Okay, you are able to nab 5 cookies, or at least remnants of cookies.
Right.
And you leave either one of your rations or an olive roll in exchange.
Yeah. I could leave one of my rations. We could share some olive laurels later.
Yeah.
I-
And yeah,
Rizzy's like, I think I'm full,
Okay.
yeah.
but you can have them.
These cookies have little bits of dirt and like dried up leaves on them.
Oh yeah.
Little
That's
monkey
okay, that's
claw
ideal.
marks. Yeah.
I'd like to be
Okay.
able to show her exactly what happened, so I figured
Yeah.
they were pretty grubbed up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, sir, I do hope that we've given you a lot to think about and maybe a new path forward as yourself in this town, and maybe a brighter future for how you interact with the people that you live amongst.
And he kind of scratches the monkey that he has on his shoulder. He says, Mayron the Monkey Master has heard you and will listen. Yes. Thank you. And he kind of gives you a deep bow. As does the monkey on his shoulder.
Rizzy does a sort of reluctant curtsy.
Okay.
I think it's time to go see our friend. And I kind of
Yeah.
hold up all these yucky cookies and
Yeah, they're pretty grody.
the crabs are walking across them and they're not even picking at them. They're kind of
not
"Don't you
even
have
worthy of the
something better?"
crabs. Yeah, and
right.
it seems
They're
like
we actually expect better from you. Where's our food?
Mom, can we
Right.
get McDonald's? I don't like the food we have at home. Okay.
All right.
Well,
So
if
yeah.
you're willing to go to talk to her about it, I'll actually split off from the party, and we don't have to do a scene for it. But I just want to inform the elders of the developments that happened and
Okay.
try to set a plan moving
I
forward.
like that.
Yeah, and Rizzy is probably going to go to the nearest horse trough or something and splash some water because she's probably got a lot of monkey blood on her face.
Yeah, you
currently.
got monkey guts and bit of man blood on you. Or elf blood, rather.
Maybe
He is an elf.
follow Rizzy, then do that. That sounds.
Okay.
And I don't even care about cleaning up. I'm just going to see my Gram.
Okay.
Dirty cookies, dirty meat, dirty
Yeah.
crabs, off
You
to
look
Gram.
grungy AF.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I've got all that mud in my hair still.
Oh yeah.
I am just,
Oh right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So Ilandir,
I'm ready to run to that bakery and bust in there.
yeah. So Ilandir, are you going to try and be stealthy as you follow Rizzy to one of the
No reason to be
stables?
stealthy. It's
Okay.
just, that sounded like a good idea. So.
Okay. Fair.
Yeah, Rizzy is probably a little bit shaken, sort of holding the trough, sort of dunking her head in the water and sort of just staring wide-eyed at her reflection, maybe a little bit shaky. It might not just be the cold water and giving her a shock.
I know I checked in with you earlier, but are you still good?
I don't know. I'm sorry about that back there. I just it felt like I was home again, and that's the worst feeling I can imagine. And I guess now you know about these. She points to her canines. Part of the reason why I don't smile very much, it's I get self-conscious.
Well,
I don't.
I mean,
I'm sure you've been wondering why I'm always hoarding all the, always asking about rare tomes and whatnot. And guess you figured it out now.
figure what out? I'm just.
I had two thoughts today. This wasn't one.
And Rizzy probably is gonna. You figured out that I'm a monster. And I understand if you don't want to travel with me anymore. It's okay.
No.
It's fine.
No.
She's covering her face, and
Rizzy. No. I mean, you're a crab, but you're my friend. And that's the part that matters.
Thank you.
She's
Crab
trying
monster.
so hard to understand.
crab monster that I am. I couldn't.
No monster. Just, I mean, you walk on a surface, and the crabs walk on a surface, and so. And I present that like it's evidence. So.
Ellie. Uh, Rizzy's going to probably reach out to hug Linda.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Ellie, you and Maladov are the best friends this crab monster could ever ask for.
Sweetie.
Aww.
I just hold her. I will not let go first. It's just we're gonna ride this hug out.
Hush, little monkey. I'm ready to.
I'm so sad I didn't follow you guys. I'm
Yeah.
like a little puppy, like running across town. Like, don't even notice you aren't behind me. Like,
Yeah, you're missing out on that touching moment because you're
yeah,
excited to
no,
tell
just
Green
dirty
Abuela.
crab lady. Yeah, running off to hug my gram.
To hug Nana Bagels.
Yeah, Nana Bagels.
Oh, that was beautiful.
But no, Elijah still has no idea what's going on.
I love this dumb cleric so much. I love how adorable she is. Her and her no brain cells are all wonderful.
Rizzy has the brain cell. Listen to Rizzy.
Okay. So, Maladov, you run across town, sprinting, some crabs flying off of your hair, completely covered in schmutz. And you see Green Abuela, or what did you call her? Nana Bagels or something?
I started with Nana Bagels, but it sounded so much like bagel that.
Yeah. And you see her, and she's busy kind of like, slowly kind of like, she's tending to the patch of daffodils alongside, kind of plucking off the half-dead ones that she can add to the stew.
Okay.
And she sees you run over. Oh goodness, what have you done? You got a little something on your. She goes to do the whole grandma smudgy facey thing.
Oh my goodness, what a day! We found the cookies. And like pull out this like matted mess of like crumbled, half-eaten, dirty, disgusting cookies that are her cookies. I'm sure.
Oh yes, you did find them. Thank you. And she takes them eagerly.
But-
What happened?
The monkeys.
Oh, the monkeys.
Unfortunately, this is all I could get. They took them all, and they took them back home, and this is all I could get back. I know you worked so hard on these cookies, and I'm so sorry, but I don't think they'll ever be taking them again. I hope.
Yes, I hope. I mean, I appreciate it. I'm saddened that I won't be able to give them out to the children, but I guess I can always just add them to the stew now that you've retrieved them, and I don't have to worry about all the bad luck that would come to me because we've gotten this resolved. So, yeah, don't have to worry about, a caravan falling on me next time I'm out in the woods crossing a path or something. Strange things
And
will
I'm like
happen.
gleaming. I'm like, yeah, just so happy. Like, yes, that's right. Oh my goodness,
And
I'm
she
so excited.
she pulls out a handkerchief from one of her pockets and she wraps the cookies up and puts them in her pocket. Thank you so much, darling.
And now I realize how like absolutely disgusting I went. I kind of stopped to think about it. Like, yeah, I think we all can move past this event now.
Yeah, I agree. Now,
Is there a
this-
place I can maybe get a
Oh,
little water?
yeah, I have a water pump in the back in the garden. Feel free to borrow that, darling.
Excellent, thank you. And I kind of walk back there and get that going. Oh, my crabs
Okay.
are beside themselves
Yes.
with excitement.
And they're splashed about. And as you do that, you clean up, and she says, "The sun's about to set, so So it's going to be time to serve the stew soon. I'll see you in the town square.
Absolutely. And now I
Okay.
realize that I literally ran off with these cookies without you guys, and I'm
Yeah.
like looking back along my path to see how far behind me you are.
And they are not behind you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are all washed up. Nana Bagels has run off to the town square. And what do you all do?
Get some
just-
soup.
Yeah, I'm just imagining those crabs like kids playing in a sprinkler.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
I am
100%.
so picturing them. It's like a little crab rave.
Any chance they get. We're from a seaside village, so they used to play in the water anytime, and now they are always looking for bowls, cups, just splash water anywhere. If we're walking down a like they want all the water. So yeah, they're truly partying. They don't want me to leave this area. They're like, actually, we could live here. Why wouldn't we?
In this
It's a
garden.
garden.
In this
Yeah,
in this lady's
vegetables,
pump.
water.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Yeah.
free real estate.
Yeah,
it's free real estate, literally. So, what
My
you all
tiny
do?
council of crabs wants to stay here forever.
Yeah. Forget the main campaign. We're gonna do like a side quest series of just
Yep.
the like slice of life. Your crabs living in this lady's garden and like an old abandoned birdhouse. It's a sitcom now. You're welcome.
This is a blessing. I appreciate this.
Mhm.
I love it.
Yes.
So, what you all do now that you are all washed up?
Yeah, I'm ready for I guess head to the town square and maybe get to relax and participate in the festival a little bit here. Play some
Yeah.
games.
Yeah,
Right.
maybe we should get another shoe to counteract all the monkey addled cookies, just maybe to cancel out the pox for the big stew. I might ask to buy one shoe from the cobbler to drop it in.
Assuming that everything is okay with Rizzy, I am going to go have that conversation with leadership, like I said I was going to.
Oh yeah.
Okay. So you are going
Just
to
making sure steps are actually going to happen and not, yeah, sure, I'll rein in my monkeys. And then
Okay.
next weekend, it's a whole new problem.
Okay,
Yeah.
so you go over to town square and you see Mayor Arfel and High Priestess Senna Moon Sparrow talking and almost getting ready to bless the stew and set off the festivities. It looks like they have like maybe 15 minutes before moonrise, rather. And so you walk
All
up
I
to them.
really need is to let them know that we need to have a conversation about this. We don't need to set the whole plan right now. So.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, Rizzy could go get Maladov, and we could,
Yeah.
if they do want to have a sit down at some point in time, we're happy to be here in town as long as
Mhm.
needed to discuss actionable plans.
Okay.
Rizzy's good with spreadsheets, so she'll do what she can.
Okay, hold on. My mom's dog is snoring like an old man and it's very cute. He is 12 pounds and he snores like a whole ass human. I'm surprised you can't hear it.
Oh.
I will take a puppy picture of the
Love,
baby.
love a doggy doggins living their best life.
Precious.
Precious
Okay.
pupper.
Okay, I will post a picture of that to Gen Chat later, or rather the Chatterplane. Okay, so you talk to the mayor and the high priestess, and they agree that they'll help him rein in his monkeys, and they'll try and spread information about how to treat monkeypox, catch it early on, and it's a little public health campaign that they get going. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
And-
maybe complimentary monkey handling gloves for everyone, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Ilandir and Rizzy could certainly probably work on that together.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay. And is there anything else that you want to do before they serve the stew?
Is this like a purified food and drink situation? Because I'm thinking that
You
might be
can
necessary.
you can make an Arcana or Religion check with your proficiency.
Let me check and see.
Yeah, I could do that. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, we'll try for religion.
And I'll do Arcana.
Okay. Oh, okay. Well,
Best of intentions.
well,
no
Rizzy,
thoughts.
Rizzy, you can kind of glean that they probably would do like some sort of purification blessing over this before serving it, neutralizing whatever might have been thrown in there. Um, so it should be safe to eat. Whether or not it'll taste good, you're not entirely sure. But it smells lovely in this town. You can't even smell the feet. And High Priestess Senna Moonsparrow stands up on essentially a bunch of piled up crates, and she says, and she starts saying an elvish blessing that roughly translates to, the moon has aligned and the day has wandered towards us, and today we celebrate those who are near and dear to us, and those who are not. Now, with the blessing of the Moon Maiden, let us celebrate. And then she lets out like this moonlit glow from her hands as the moon like shines down on the massive cauldron that's bubbling, and everybody has like little bowls and mugs and everything that are passed around. And you see that she breaks out a ladle and hands it over to the mayor, and the mayor starts ladling up the soup and serving it out. And the band starts playing really, really loud, and you see the familiar figures of Burial and what's his name? The dude. And Gusterin. You see the two of them dancing to the music together.
Grim and Papa.
Yeah, the old folks dancing. And some of the small village children, one of whom was definitely one of the ones that threw a water balloon at Dove, hands you a bowl, excitedly, of the stew. Do you drink
I
it?
graciously accept. Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Yeah, Frizzy certainly crumbles up and tears up like croutons the remainder of that caricature and dumps it in
Okay.
her soup
That's adorable.
before she
I love
digs
it.
in.
Okay. And
Delicious.
yes, and you all sit back and enjoy the rest of the festival. The crisis has been averted, and the wandering day goes on, and it is a lovely, lovely evening as the moon rises and sets over the quiet woodlands town of Renault. And that's it. That's our one shot. That was
beautiful.
adorable.
That was great.
Thank you.
I love it.
Yeah, that was a fun time.
This is a
Yeah.
great party. Not
Yeah.
a lot of brain, but a
Yeah.
great party.
Yeah.
All good intentions in this party. Just-
100%.
Yeah. Rizzy may have to learn how to use the bow at some point in time, It's-
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Or-
yeah, I
or
think
at-
this went
or at
well.
least- Yeah, at least understand which part of a weapon you're supposed to hold. I think that's probably
I feel like we should just have a quick little 101 seminar.
Right.
The pointy end goes into enemies. You never hold things by the pointy end.
We don't run dangerously with pointy ends towards ourselves.
it's the 4 rules of bow or sword handling. Don't ever point the pointy end at any point that you're not trying to point the end in.
Yeah.
Always make sure the safety's on, just
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you also noticed that the monkey master was trying to feed the monkeys some of the magic lucky stew,
Oh, good.
trying to win them over.
Never occurred to me to be nice to the monkeys.
Yeah, he just thought that he could yell at them.
yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
I love it. That was great.
yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like we have a good party here, and you're all
Yeah.
starting to like get the hang of your class and subclass abilities.
Definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
So?
usually don't play intelligence casters, so that's kind of a
Well,
different
now
thing,
that we
yeah.
have twice the number of intelligence class casters that we used to have, it is a lot easier to build an intelligence build.
Yeah, and yeah, I was from the first UA artificer who was completely broken to the 7 iterations
Oh
it took
yeah,
for it to work.
yeah. We have an OG artificer in one of my campaigns that's been running since the OG artificer was released, and it is so hard to try and balance her character.
Yeah,
Like it has just become a hot mess of homebrew in various editions of the artificer. We're like, I don't even know what your character's doing anymore. Just throw your potions. It's fine.
yeah, lots of fun things now at least though, and
Yeah.
lots of crab related hijinks hopefully.
Yes, I love the crabs. They are adorable. I would die for them.
Me
So-
too.
So yeah, in 2 weeks you will be meeting for the first time actually in the town of
Awesome.
Brincliffe with absolutely
Yeah.
no recollection of any of this ever happening.
Of course, yeah.
And if there's anything that you want to change about your characters between now and then, just let me know. Anything, if you're like, oh yeah, I think I'm going to pick a different background, or swap out this proficiency for that one, or swap out some of my loot or whatever. Yeah,
Okay.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. And yeah, I'll see you all in 2 weeks.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
So excited.
And with that, we will conclude our stream. So thank you all for tuning in, if anybody did tune in, and I'll see you, maybe in your dreams. The bleary seaside town of Brincliffe was always quiet, until one day, mysterious portals to the astral plane start to open up around town, letting nightmare monsters in. Now, an intrepid group of adventurers needs to traverse the astral plane in their dreams and close the portals before anything too dangerous gets through. This is Dungeons and Dreamquests.